Good evening, everybody. At this time, oh,
Sorry.
no, you're fine. All right. Nope, that happens all the time. Good evening, everybody. At this time, I'd like to call the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee to order at 5:30 this August 15th. Ms. Schopp, may we please have a roll call for attendance?
Yes. Tia Johnson,
Here.
Craig Schneider,
Present.
Megan Miller.
Present.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. Would anybody like to move to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. That takes us to item 1D, the approval of the minutes. Would anybody like to move to approve the minutes for July 18th for this committee?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion about the minutes? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of approving the minutes for the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee from July 18th, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. That takes us to our one information or discussion item, which I'm very excited to hear about today. So we have a new course proposal, and I'll turn it over to our team. Thank you.
Good evening. How are you? Nice to see you. I'm Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, Teresa Motortech. And we have a proposal coming forward tonight that is from a teacher at BLA, Ms. Houston, and then our Director of CTE and Alternative Ed, Jeff Stenroos. And this is for a children's literature class that would be taught through the lens of high school standards. So Ms. Houston is here, and then we will come back next month and then ask at that time for action to move to the consent agenda. So this is information, and then we welcome feedback and suggestions, and then we'll be here the following month.
And right before we get started, thank you for the opening, Mrs. Mortek. I just want to say that when we're thinking about children's literature in general, not in general, but literature in general, it goes from, of course, babies all the way through high school. And it's very important that we recognize opportunities as such in our school district, where there's a wide variety of opportunities for our students to get grade level standards, of course, as well as grade level appropriate information as well. One of the things that I think is very important in our conversations around reading is that there's a lifelong opportunity. That's a lifelong opportunity. And I truly believe that the more we promote reading opportunities in our school district, the better for our students. And not just here at BLA, but these types of opportunities could be expanded to our high school as well. And with that being stated, I'll turn it back over to our presenters, who will go through a presentation that pretty much share everything. But again, thank you so much for allowing us to present this information for today.
My name is Ashley Houston, and I'm one of the English teachers at Beloit Learning Academy. And I have this idea for a children's literature class that I think would work very well at BLA. As you can see from my data, I sort of started this idea coming out of COVID when I was struggling for students to engage with my regular curriculum. So I sort of went back to kindergarten, and we did a unit with Alexander and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day, which is actually a really intense book if you start to read Lit Crit on it. And the students were so engaged, and we went through other things and ended up reading Walter Mosley, which is a young adult grade level text. As you can see, I think it was 75% of the students increased their grades. The only two that didn't, with more choice, would have been better for the summative. And moving towards standards-based grading as we are, there's lots of opportunity for choice. I have found that offering my students choice reading in the classroom has increased reading around the building, has given me the opportunity to teach them the literary skills that they need with literature that they're interested in reading. I don't know, this class we would look at anything from picture books all the way up through young adult literature. Learning to read images is one of the key shifts that the Wisconsin State Standards recently had. With all of the images that come at the children and the students, I feel that they really do need to learn to look critically at images as text. And moving up to young adult novels, it could be anything from a standard young adult novel to Alice in Wonderland, which is actually a Victorian college level novel, really, but is considered a children's book. So it would give the students an opportunity to sort of stretch themselves, but not be placed at a point where they can't achieve.
I just want to personally thank you for bringing this class forward. like my whole heart is with you. I think that's brilliant. I've used children's literature and children's books to teach history, English, and I use it also in reading intervention. And it's powerful, it's accessible, the ideas are extremely sophisticated, and I love that you're bringing in like critical lenses. I think that's such a powerful way to engage our kids. So sorry, I usually wait to talk till last, but I'm just bursting at the seams with excitement. So I'll be quiet and let my colleagues weigh in. Ms. Johnson, do you have anything?
Sure. So I am a new board member, so I've got a couple questions, and please bear with me. I read your report. During the spring semester of 2022, students were struggling to engage or connect to the normal curriculum. First question, what is the normal curriculum?
Well, normally at that point in the semester, I use Sherman Alexi's The Absolutely True Diary of a now, see, you've called me on it, now I can't remember it. Anyway, it is a standard English 10 kind of book, and we do characterization, we do plot, we do inference, we do all those things. And I just could not, they just weren't, coming out of COVID was really unusual. And so I sort of had a sort of a moment where I had to go home and reflect and think, well, what is it? And I sort of thought, there has to be, I truly believe, that there is a point in everybody's life where they loved reading or being read to, one point somewhere. And normally when I solicit this information from my classes, I get kindergarten. And I thought, well, maybe we just need to start back there and see if we can drum something up. And so I came into class and said, guys, I don't think what we've been doing is working to you. I think we should start over. And they were like, yeah, okay. So we did. We started over together, and it went very well.
Well, and you touched on my second question was, what are your theories that they weren't engaging in that curriculum? Was a lot of it because of COVID? Do you think that, is that just, are we dealing with different students now?
I think we,
post-COVID on
yeah.
out?
I think we are. Normally, I have much better luck with that text than I was having at that time. Normally, that semester was extremely challenging, and I had much better luck with everything in the past than I did. And since then, I have sort of had to reassess the audience in front of me. They are different now. COVID changed all of us. I mean, that's the reality. And they aren't reading exactly the way that they did before, but what I have found is when I give them that choice, which I started this last fall, I had been to a conference and had heard about it and thought, oh, that might work, and I did. They globbed onto it. I mean, I had a lot of kids reading a lot of things, and I would bring in pieces that we would read together, small pieces that we would work together, and then they would take those skills and apply them to the text they were reading. And it went much better. I was very pleased with the reading. I mean, we had kids at BLA carrying books around from class to class and reading in their spare time, and not as many as I wanted, but, more than I expected, so, that's good.
I'm going to chime in that, coming into the bill, by the way, I'm Jeff Stenders, I'm the Director of Career Tech Ed and Alternative Education. So I go to BLA for several meetings and I walk through the hallways, and Ashley pulled me into a room, and I'm a former humanities teacher as well, 5th grade reading and writing history. I saw kids reading. The year before at BLA, I'm not sure that I saw very many kids reading. And it's spilled over into writing as well. So she shared with me, and some of the kids were actually sharing and explaining to me what they were doing. So just a casual observation as an administrator walking through, I noticed a considerable difference in what the kids were doing and how engaged they were. I didn't look at the level they were at, but they were engaged, and that was the first difference that I saw.
Thank you so much, Board Member Johnson. Board Member Schneider?
Well, I have to say, the first time when I first read this, my first thought was, where was this class when I was in high school? And then as I read through it again, I greatly appreciate your willingness to be creative, to step outside the box and try something new for the students, because that's how we find these gems that begin to work where other things that we keep trying aren't. And that's the way we're going to improve the district. So I greatly appreciate your work and your effort and your willingness to bring this forward. I think it's a great class. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I had one question and one comment. So is there a possibility for this class to also run at Memorial?
I believe so. We did talk about that in the initial meeting. I am planning to write this for the alternative school, but it can be tweaked, changed
Okay.
to fit their needs. There are courses that they have that I am working on changing to fit our needs. So I do think that it's nice for things to go back and forth, and is more continuity and more bridges between us. But sometimes they do need to be a little different.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much for that. And then I just wanted to point out, that this hadn't occurred to me in preparing for the meeting, but when you mentioned the career pathways thing, I looked it up, and there is a BTC early childhood class, early language and literacy. So I don't know if, like, in the future, that is, I guess one of the reasons I was curious about it being at Memorial, other than the fact that I hope my kids get to take it when they go, is, if that could be something that's revised to fit into, like, a dual credit piece. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm sure it could. And in my research for the class, I did research universities that teach it, childcare and education, and also other high schools in the nation that teach it. So
Oh, sure. No, I mean, I took that class at like
Yeah.
a graduate level. I mean, it's something that can be used.
Yeah.
And I think it's important, though, so having asked that, I also want to scoot back around and just say, I mean, I think what you're talking about and just keeping the integrity of what you're bringing forward is in and of itself important. I'm just saying, in addition,
Yeah.
that could be like a potential future
Of course.
other thing that comes out of this, for sure. So thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yeah, Board Member Miller, I appreciate you recognizing the fact that BLA is its own entity and not just getting a Beloit Memorial class and changing it for BLA. That we have teachers at BLA to propose a class, and Dr. Garrison has shared this as well, that class can be adopted the other direction. We do have two high schools, and for them to utilize pieces differently, but with the same premise, same standards, same idea, and then going about it their own separate way. So I appreciate you bringing that up, and also the CTE connection, because we do have a robust early childhood education program and an education program. So again, this has multiple pieces, and Ms. Houston, bringing it up, proposing it this way, and then we can see where it blossoms from there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, so if we're going to tangent off a little bit, because now I'm about to, I mean, it's important too. And you had this in your description in your course proposal too, just about its value of like teaching to analyze. But even, students who many of our students will eventually become parents. At any age, and being able to like feel comfortable reading to your child and to have some experience and feeling that out. I mean, some of my peers, who are my age, feel like weird about reading to their, not anymore, but when they were first parents, were like, well, do I do voices? I mean, people get like uncomfortable with it. So just even having that fluency and familiarity with children's literature is something that's going to be generationally valuable to our community. So
yeah, it is. I frequently read aloud to my class often, and I can't tell you how many kids come to me and tell me that they've never been read to.
Right, and it's a huge
and they love it. I can't imagine it, but my heart bleeds. I want everybody to read to everyone. So yes, that is one of my hopes, that as they become parents, and that would build a whole new generation of literacy.
Oh, no, 100%. And I just also want to acknowledge everything that you just shared about like the things that you're doing with your students, including reading. There's so much research right behind choice and just the standard space. Everything that you have shared with us, both of you, is just wonderful to hear. Just from where I'm sitting. So thank you for your work and your flexibility. Dr. Garrison, did you have anything else?
One of the things that I was thinking about as you were, of course, explaining, of course, the teachers here as well, it's also about engagement. And when you're thinking about engagement in the classroom, we want all of our students to feel engaged, but also want to be able to read text that engages them as well. And so sometimes when we're thinking about certain text and text that we used to read and text that we grow to love when we were younger, texts have changed, and that doesn't mean that our standards have changed, but texts have changed, and we can still meet the standards using different text, and it's okay. And so in this case right here, this is something else that I wanted to just bring note of. I'm not trying to take any information out of the mouth of Mrs. Mortek, because I know she could share this as well, but I definitely wanted to make sure that that's also brought up in this conversation. Texts have changed, but our standards have changed over time, but we can also adopt different texts to meet those standards. We don't have to read the same information, the same text that we, again, all kind of grew up with learning. I'm not trying to date anyone in the room. So, but again, that's something I also want to bring attention to.
Thank you so much. Is there any other closing thoughts?
No, I'm just very excited for this, and I'm really looking forward to being able to present it to the full board.
We are too. Thank you so much. All right, have a wonderful evening, and thank you so much for making time tonight.
Thank you.
That takes us, I think, to our next meeting date. So item 3A, we'll meet next time at 5:30 on Tuesday, September 19th. And it sounds like we'll for sure be hearing about our children's literature class again. Anything else before we adjourn? Everybody's good? Awesome. Would anybody like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? I just want to thank everybody. Hearing none, all in favor of adjourning at 5:45 PM, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks.
All right, hearing it is 6 o'clock. We're going to get the Tuesday, August 15th Business Operations and Finance Committee meeting started. Ms. Shope, can I have a roll call?
Yes. Tia Johnson. Here. Brian Nichols.
Here.
Brian Anderson.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. All right, we do have the agenda in front of us. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second?
That's approved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And opposed? That passes. Item 1D, approval of minutes. Those were included in the packet. Is any discussion, changes, additions from anyone? No? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second?
It's approved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. Wait, did we just vote on that? So that passed. No, that was discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That passes. Let's move on to item 2A, financial reports. Mr. Chady, are you going to walk us through that?
Before
I
we get
can
started,
indeed.
I'm sorry, before we jump in with the financial, sorry, real quick. I just want to make sure that when we, in these conversations, note that naturally, we're going to go over the financials, but in these conversations, I'm also thinking about, well, we had a cadence and when we did our board one-on-one conversations. And so I say board finance one-on-one conversations, those will come back. Right now, we're in the process of kind of working through some of our other finances to kind of work through. But I did want to make sure that based off of our previous work in this committee, we did board one-on-one finance types of conversations just to kind of bring everybody up to speed around how we look at budgets. That will come back, but I also want to just put that in the air before we kind of go over our financials. Mr. Chady, thank you so much.
You bet. So tonight, we're going to report out on June of 2023 activity, the end of the fiscal year. You would hope that these numbers would reflect all of our closing activity for 2023, and they don't yet. So these are unaudited, unofficial results. It presents a picture. It's not the complete picture. We are working to finalize activity from June of 2023 this week. Our auditors are in district next week, Monday through Friday. Undoubtedly, after the auditors are here, there will be some other entries and corrections that we'll need to make before the June financials are complete and in a more prepared and presentable fashion. But this does give us a good snapshot, so to speak, as to where we're at right now today. So I'll kind of review this with you. Again, unofficial, unaudited, looking at June 23 revenues specific to Fund 10 and 27 without our grants. Man, there's a lot to talk about this month just because it is the closing end of the month. So I'll start by calling your attention to the percent of budget fiscal year to date in 22-23. Of course, as the end of June is the end of the fiscal year, you would expect those percentages to be very near 100%. And as you look down that list, you can see some that are really tight on that. And then there's a couple of oddities where there's 0% budget. We'll talk about that momentarily. There's intermediate sources where 2,300% more, kind of an oddity. And then other revenues where we're at 42%. So again, we'll kind of walk through all of these here real quick with you. So I'll probably talk about all of these as we go down the list today. We'll start at the top row, the interfund transfers, $9,707,000 budgeted, and you can see the fiscal year to date activity is 0. Typically, that interfund transfer between Fund 10 and Fund 27 is the last financial activity that you record in a fiscal year. We're not quite to that point, but we will be probably Thursday of this week. However, it was budgeted at $9.7 million. Very likely it'll be very near that amount. If you look back into 21-22, you can see it was budgeted at 9.9. It came in at just under $9,850,000. So again, very tightly aligned. We'll actually come back and use that $9.7 million value here in just a little bit as well. Revenues from local sources, again, 106% of budget. So we actually brought in a little bit more money in revenues from local sources than it was budgeted for. If you look across the row, you can see that we generated just under $1.6 million in local sources last year. So local sources increased by about $300,000 from year to year comparison. Interdistrict payments for Wisconsin, budget amount of $1.1 million. Fiscal year to date, $1.1 million. The difference there, about $1,000, $1,300. Very tightly aligned. It's important to note that the interdistrict payments is mostly related to open enrollment transfers between districts. So the financial transactions that take place between districts is facilitated through the state. They do that in the month of June. So our open and enrolled out students, we have expenditures that go out in June, and likewise our open and enrolled in students, we have revenues that come into the district in June, and that's what the $1,103,000 value is for there. So again, looking across the page, it was just under 1.1 million last year, about $7,700 to our benefit between year to year. Intermediate sources. Here we've got $2,230 budgeted with activity just over 51.7 or $51,700. So obviously that significantly skews the budget to date. I'm trying to look here. I don't see notation from Mr. Duff as to what perhaps that is attributed to, but that is certainly an inquiry that I would have to take a peek at to explain, why did we budget $2,200 and yet we generated over $51,000 in revenue for the year. Revenue from state sources, just under $78.5 million budgeted, just under $79 million received. Again, fairly tight, just 100.57%. And again, looking across the page, you can see, we generated $78.9 million in state sources this year compared to $77.5 last year. So $1,400,000 plus difference favorable to the district. And again, those state sources usually due to higher equalization aid, payments, AGR funding, state special education categorical aid, those types of things kind of contribute to that row. The revenue from federal sources, budget amount $2,120,000, fiscal year to date actual $2,135,000, so about $15,000, just over $15,000 to the good on our end. And again, if you're looking across the page, you can see fiscal year to date in 21-22, $2,141,000, about $5,500 difference, so fairly tight there also. Other financing sources, 100% of budget amount attributed there. You can see $222,350 received in the current year compared to $155,870 last year, so $66,000 to the good there. And then the other revenues, $694,000 was budgeted. Not really quite sure why. I'd really would want to dig into that a little bit more to try to figure out why they budgeted $695,000. But if you look to the far right, then you see last year activity, they generated $1,368,000. So it's about half, just under half. I wasn't here. I don't know the logic of how that value was attributed. The unfortunate part is so far we've only received $295,000 there, so about 42% of budget. I really can't explain it any further than that. If we look at the total revenues, this is the interesting part. So we have $94 million budgeted, revised budget, $94,118,847. You look at the fiscal year to date activity, you see that it's significantly less, $84.6 million. However, keep in mind, you go back up that column, and at the very top, that interfund transfer amount has yet to take place. So if we were to assume that the interfund transfer amount will be exactly as it was budgeted, which it won't, but it'll be pretty close to that value, we add that in, and then our fiscal year to date revenues end up being $338,077, which would actually put us as a fiscal year to date actual compared to budget about $219,000 more than what we had budgeted. So, probably a pretty good indication there that our revenues will actually exceed our budgeted revenues for the year. We'll see how the rest of this week plays out. We'll see what the auditors look at and any corrective or additional journal entries that are required from them. But it appears to me that revenue-wise, we're looking very tight. Any questions on revenues before I switch it over and we talk about expenses? Hearing none, we'll continue on to page 2. So again, now we're going to look at the expense side of the ledger, dealing with the same, excluding the grant activity from here. We'll start at the top and work our way down again. Salaries and fringe benefits, just under $65 million was budgeted. Fiscal year-to-date activity, $58.7 million. So a significant difference there. Keep in mind that the district had a number of positions that were budgeted for but went vacant for throughout the year. Dr. Garrison implemented kind of a hiring freeze, so to speak, to those positions early in the calendar year, which helped contribute to a lot of those savings opportunities as well. So also keep in mind that the district began the fiscal year when they adopted the budget back in October-ish with a $4.4 million deficit. So you can kind of keep that in mind as we continue on here as well. Purchase services, budget amount $22,165,000, actual $22,620,000. So a little bit higher than what was budgeted. If you look across the 21-22, you can see that the actual amount last year was $22,477,000. So our expenses year to year went up about $125,000. Fairly close, fairly tight, not too bad. Non-capital objects, budget amount here, $2,173,000, just under that, to actual $1,939,000 or just under that. So a little bit under budget with regards to expenses, and that's always a good thing, right? On the expense side, we want to be under budget. On the revenue side, of course, we want to be over budget to the best of our ability. And again, if you compare the $1,938,000 activity in this past fiscal year to the $2,020,000 activity in the prior fiscal year, our expenses with regards to non-capital objects actually decreased by just under $82,000. Capital objects, the next line item down, $81,972 was the amount that was budgeted. The actual amounts there being just under $232,000, so it's kind of a sizable difference percentage-wise, 282% of budget. But again, if you look back at the prior year, in 21-22, we actually had expenses of $736,000 and change there. So our expenses in that line item decreased by $504,000. And Mr. Duff does have a note here about due to maintenance equipment that was purchased in the prior year in 21-22, that helped contribute to that decrease. Debt retirement, spot on, $434,423 budgeted, just under that, just a few pennies off on the actual. There was no debt retirement expenses in the 21-22 school year. Again, Mr. Duff's got a note, and some board members may recall this, but it appears that the district undertook a lease for Apple MacBooks back in August, so about a summer ago, and that was recorded here in the 22-23 school year. So that's what entails those values. Insurance and judgments, $575,000, just under budgeted amounts, $605,000 in slightly above that was the activity. And again, looking at the $605,000 for the this past fiscal year in comparison to $617,000 in the 21-22 school year, that expense actually was reduced by about $12,000 on a year-over-year basis. A little bit higher than budgeted, but a decrease from year to year, which is a good thing. Transfers, again, much like we talked about transfers occurring in June on the revenue side, they also incur in June on the expense side. And again, you'll see we've got budgeted $10.6 million in change As expenses in only activity, $961,797. And again, as we make that expense, that interfund transfer from Fund 10 to Fund 27, it gets recorded as an expense in Fund 10. So we're taking money out of the general fund, depositing those resources into the special education fund, Fund 27, where it shows up as a revenue. So it's an expense in one bucket, so to speak, and a revenue in a different bucket. So again, if we add in that same value as we had budgeted on the revenue side, $9,707,228, we add that to the $961,797. I did the math, we end up with $10,669,025. Again, very tightly aligned to the $10,684,000, a difference of $15,000. So, and then other objects, much like we have other revenues, you also have other objects. And these others that occur on both the revenue side and the expense side are kind of like one-off things. You know, they don't happen very often. They don't fit into the state's regular structure of how to record things. So the state kind of creates this bucket and they name it other. So as we get these types of activities, if it doesn't appropriately fit in one of the prior reporting requirements per the state, we're directed to make these deposits, both revenues and expenses, into other. So we had budgeted for just under $165,000 of other expenses. That amount was actually just over $111,000. And again, comparing it to the prior year, $135,000, so our other expenses actually decreased by over $23,000. Now, if we take, again, we'll take a look at the total expenses. We have budgeted $101,270,000 and change. Our fiscal year to date activity prior to that interfund transfer, $85,589,000 and change. If we add in the $9,707,228, we end up with total expenses currently of $95,296,243. You compare that to the revenues, which were going to be totaled out at about $94,338,077. Based upon what we're presenting today, it appears to me that we have a budget deficit of around $1 million. That's going to change a little bit. We had the city hit us with an invoice, a couple of invoices this week. One of them was for our school resource officers, so that we just received that. Earlier this week, it's for the last fiscal year. We have to report it back. That's about $230,000 worth of expense that needs to be recorded as well. That's not reflected in here. So there is some lingering financial activity, some invoices that continues to come in to the business office for last school year that we still have to report back. So the deficit amount is likely going to fluctuate a little bit between now and really when the audit is complete. So with that, I'll take a pause and see if anybody has questions about expenses. Clear as mud, huh? Let's take a,
Just one question.
Yeah.
On the invoice from the city.
Yeah.
We knew that was coming, right?
The answer to that would be yes.
Okay.
So we have made a mental note. At the end of the year, we start capturing, we've got a separate worksheet that we capture all of the accounts payable stuff that comes in late, so after June 30th. So my past practice has always been when we get to about the mid part of May, I have always gone back, grabbed last year's late invoices listing, taken a look at those, and then we reach out to those vendors that we need to help nudge to say, we close our books June 30th. It'd be really nice to get your invoice about the second, third week of June so we can pay it before we close the books, so to speak. So there will be some follow-up. Yep, I appreciate the question. That's how we handle that. Any other questions?
not a question, but I like your philosophy.
Yeah, yeah. It is what it is. But we can work to improve practices, not just internally within our business office, but with those vendors that we do business with as well that can help us improve our own operations also. So, yeah, we'll be reaching out to them. No fault of theirs. They just don't know, right? So, yeah. Taking a look at the grant side of the house. So this is the revenue for grants. Again, looking at the end of the year. Again, if we look at that percent of budget column, you would think that these numbers would be more tightly aligned to 100%. So we'll talk a little bit about that. The gifts amount, $250, that's wasn't budgeted for. That's the activity, that's the change. Don't even ask because I don't even know what that was for. But we'll go down to the intermediate sources, $66,300 budgeted. Fiscal year-to-date activity at $43,000 and some change. So the intermediate sources is largely related to our Carls Perkins grant, which we partner with CISA 1 for Carl Perkins. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I recalled. It appears to me that we probably have a final grant claim yet to write to CISA with regards to that, because our, $43,000 when we budgeted 66, so there's probably around $23,000 of additional revenue that we need to submit that grant claim to claim that. Revenue from state sources, $3,153,000, just under budgeted, $3,108,000 just over actually received. Pretty tight, 98.6%. If you look over to the far right, 21-22 fiscal year to date, just over $2,977,000. So we actually received about $131,000 more in state revenues this year through our various grants and categorical aids than in prior year. And then finally, the revenue from for federal sources, $14,333,000. Only have receipts this year so far, $4.6 million. So a sizable difference there. If you look to the far right, you see fiscal year activity in the 21-22, $12.8 million. So, about an $8 million difference there. Largely going to be attributed to ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 grants and just kind of the timing and closing out of those. And then obviously we have grant claims yet to submit that, again, we're hoping to get those to the point where we can click submit on them to the DPI this week prior to the auditors being here next week. I'll pause. Any questions there?
Let's trade it for time's sake. We got about 5 minutes.
Yep. Oh, we may go quicker than that. I don't know why my expenditures on the grants aren't showing up on here. All right, well, let's do this. So I'll quit presenting because there's nothing attached there to present, but I'll try to walk it through for those of you that have the documents. My apologies that my scan didn't capture all of that. On the expense side with grants, salaries and benefits were about 90% of budget as compared, so we're about $5,200,000 shy of what we spent last year. And again, going back to a number of positions that were budgeted for at the beginning of the year, but were not filled for that financial savings opportunities. Purchase services, $22.165 million actually budgeted. The activity there, 22.6. So a little bit on the high side, a little bit ahead of what it was last year. Last year expenses were $22,477,000, so it's about a $125,000 increase in expenses there. Non-capital objects budget amount was $2,173,000, just under the actual $1,938,000, 89%. And actually, The expenses there trail last year by nearly $82,000, which is good. Capital objects, budgeted amount of nearly 82,000. The actual activity, about 232,000, so significant 282% of budget. But again, if you look at the 232,000 compared to what was spent in the 21-22 year, 736,000, so $500,000 savings to the good there. I'll take a pause and leave it at that with the expenses unless anybody has any questions. In hearing none, I'll just kind of talk about the recap summary page, the board report summary for June. So if you can look at your copy, and that's posted on the board docs for those that are viewing at home, revenues in Fund 10 and Fund 27, $28,765,000 as compared to expenses in the month of June, $27,147,000 so far. So a net difference, $1,618,718, which is a good thing. The one area when I look at the revenue or the summary expenditure activity, revenue and expenditure activity for the month is Fund 50. If you look to the far right, they had a net change of $344,000 difference, meaning that expenses outpaced revenues by that amount in the month. Not atypical. That's actually fairly normal in the month of June because we have our summer food service program, which begins serving meals over the summer months. So we incur that expense in June. We have to record the expense in June. The money doesn't actually come into the district until July or August once we get those claims in. Total revenues, just under $30 million at $29,962,347 for the month of June as compared to expenses, $28,725,070. This is one of those few months during the year. There's about 4 or 5 months in the year that our revenues actually exceed our expenses. And that happens here in June to $1,237,277 to the good. A final note, same note that I kicked off the presentation on. This is as of really the 9th of August when we prepared these materials. We still have end-of-year transactions ongoing, final grant claims that need to be made, our interfund transfer that needs to be made, all of which we hope to close out here by Thursday of this week. Friday, then we upload the most recent financial activity for our auditors, and then they come to visit us next week. Any questions? Perfect. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thanks for that presentation. All right, so we have our financial reports. I would entertain a motion to approve those.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. And opposed? That passes. Our next meeting date is undetermined at this point. I'd say keep an eye out on the website for the next meeting date. We'll have that out there. And finally, 3B, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We are adjourned.
I'm going to call to order the August 15th, 2023 Human Resource Committee meeting at 6:33 p.m. Mrs. Shope, could I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Present?
Amy Levy,
Here.
Megan Miller,
Present?
Brian Anderson,
Here.
Brian Nichols,
Here.
Tia Johnson,
Here.
and Sean Levy.
Present.
All members are present.
A motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved by Board Member Schneider and seconded by Board Member Brian Nichols. Is there any discussion?
I do have one point, just to note that the proposed 2023-2024 addendum matrix shouldn't be provided as a resource to determine approval for this evening's employee recommendations, Exhibit B, since it hasn't been approved by the board yet.
Okay. So what, all right. So we'll talk about that then. And is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. The
Aye.
motion passes unanimously. D, approval of the minutes. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Megan Miller and seconded by Board Member Brian Nichols. Is there any discussion?
Just to clarify that those minutes are from the July 26th special HR meeting.
Yes. All right. All those in favor? Is any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right. The motion passes unanimously. We're on to item 2A, discussion information items, the 23-24 addenda matrix. Somebody speaking to the matrix.
Oh, yeah, I have several questions, so I don't mind going last. I yield the floor to my colleagues.
I'm saying, was there a presentation of the matrix, is what I'm saying, asking for first.
So when you say presentation, the addenda matrix, we, of course, every year look at the differences between one year to the next as it pertains to the matrices. This is something that we bring to the board for review. There's not necessarily a presentation, more so than it is a practice that we've done, from my understanding, in the past as well.
Just a point of clarification, the addenda matrix is definitely not reviewed every year. The most current one was approved in 2021, and before that, I think it had been close to a decade or maybe longer since it was reviewed.
So 2021 was the last time it was reviewed. Okay, thank you.
Then I guess I'll take questions on the matrix.
And again, I'll go last, excuse me, because I have several, so if other board members have less than that, you go right ahead.
I had a question about the timing of moving the Nightingales piece to the activities section.
Sure. So there's two parts to that question. One, the Nightingales is part of the, as I understand, part of the dance conversation, and there's Well, let me be very clear. So as I looked at both of the Nightingales and the cheer and the coach conversation, there's a need for us to look at, I'm sorry. Oh. Correct. As I look at both of those conversations, two things we have to consider. One, the WIAA does not sanction cheer as a sport. That does not mean that they don't recognize cheer as a sport. It's not sanctioned as a sport. The Wisconsin coaches, and I want to say the Wisconsin coaches for POMS and cheer, does have a it is recognized by the state. We're also not certified in that conversation as well. That does not mean we can't get certified in that conversation, but as it stands, we're not certified in that conversation as well. So as it stands, the WIA does not sanction the cheer, and we're also not a part of the a part of the Wisconsin coaches. I forget the WPCCA, Wisconsin coaches, POMS and coaches. It's a long acronym, but we're also not associated with that group as well. That again does not mean we can't be a part of it. As it stands, we're not. And so, upon finding out this information, I believe it would be important that we move the Nightingales and the Nightingales and the cheer conversation over into the activities conversation until we're able to kind of work ourselves through that part of the conversation. With that being stated, it is not no one's intent to make it seem as if we don't want the cheer to be a part of our athletic side. But as it stands right now, there's also other activities that one could come to and say, well, if we're allowed to keep one on the coaching side and versus other activities that are not, then there's a disproportionate conversation that I would not like to approach at this current time. And so that's part of the conversation that we're having right now.
All right, I appreciate that, and I'm not sure why we reviewed it now, but because I want to make sure there's room for other board members, I guess, to also speak, I guess I'm just confused about the disproportionality piece because I think it's been the culture and practice of the district for it to be treated like in athletics. And so I love that we're looking into getting associated and certified with the acronym that we didn't come up with just now, which is fine. But I just wonder about why bounce it back and forth.
So
And
again,
I'll yield.
sure. So again, it wasn't the fact that it was bounced back and forth. It was for me. It was about actually looking at as it pertains to our WIA sanctioned events or athletic events or athletic teams is in the coaching section. In this case, cheer and Nightingales is not a WIA sanctioned event, and we also are not a part of the other recognized organization. Once we become a part of that organized recognition, once we become a part of the organization, and be recognized by it, we will definitely move it into a possible different conversation.
Okay, so, go ahead.
Okay. So other than just being in a different column, sports, non-sports, nothing else changes?
Well, yes. In the coaching columns, there is additional pay in the coaching side of things, and the activities is a different pay scale. And so that is a difference there.
But, so, cheer lead coach is at 3728 if for the first year. If you go up to swimming, they're at 3728.
It also depends on the years of service of the coach.
Right, but what I'm saying is it's the same pay bracket. The pay bracket hasn't changed.
Well, it is different from the activities pay than it is from the coaching pay based
Okay.
off of.
So what I'm looking at here, hockey head coach is first year, I'm just using that as one example, is 3728. And if you go down to cheer, first year is at 3728.
That's
So
under that's under athletics.
Right, but what I'm saying is, so what's, other than just changing it into a different column of non-sport?
I may
what's
be able to
changing?
help, excuse
Okay.
my interruption.
No, thank you, Mrs.
Activities are
Levy.
paid out once a year. Athletics are paid out per season. So currently, cheer and dance, correct me if I'm wrong, has 3 seasons. It's fall, winter, spring. So instead of receiving 3 addendums for cheer and dance, you would receive 1 addendum for the year. Yeah. So if it's Board President Levy, is it okay if I start my questions? Thank you so much. So I guess my first question is, did WIAA recently stop sanctioning cheer and dance as a sport?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, I don't believe that has been an abrupt change by WIAA, so I'm unclear why we would make the change on our end. And just for clarity, my point is, if it hasn't been sanctioned by WIAA and we've treated it as a sport, since there hasn't been a change in the sanctioning, I'm not sure why we would make a change on our end. And you mentioned the Wisconsin Association of Cheer Pom Coaches, Inc., WACPC. Is there current movement in becoming associated with that organization?
We have had the conversation, I have had the conversation with our athletic director about moving us to that conversation. It's a process. There's a form, there's a fee, I'm pretty sure. And then, of course, there's other requirements in that specific organization that we could participate in. And that's a conversation that the athletic director will need to have with the current coaches.
Okay, so just for clarification, has anything beyond a conversation happened with moving us towards WACPC?
No, not at the current time.
Okay, thank you. And then, if I'm reading this correctly, moving cheer and dance, which is currently 3 seasons, fall, winter, and spring, from athletics to activities, reduces the pay for our coaches by approximately 61%. So that's the coaching impact, but it also, in my understanding, reduces the contact time for practices and for performances for our student athletes, which I don't think that they've requested. In one of the communications that was shared with the board, it says students who participate in cheer and dance will get, oh, let me find it, forgive me. They can pick and choose the events they participate in, and they're not required to be at all home events, similar to, I believe, the structure the band is under. But if that hasn't been a request from those organizations, I'm not sure why we would change it, because it limits opportunities for our young people. So that's a concern of mine. Another I believe, stated reason for the change was students who participate in cheer and dance will not have to pay the athletic fee, nor be required to have a physical, although it'll be encouraged. My personal opinion, I believe that throwing yourself and others through the air should definitely require a physical, and encouraging the physical but not mandating it, I believe makes students less safe and not more safe. And then another communication stated that in the future, if WIAA sanctions of cheer and or dance, if they get, hold on, let me repeat that. In the future, if the WIAA sanctions cheer and or dance, and we get sanctioned, these teams will move from the athletic pay scale. We're striving for excellence in the school district of Beloit, and waiting to be sanctioned if WIAA in the future recognizes cheer and dance as a sport does not strike me as an excellent practice. So for all of the reasons that I just stated, I'm not able to support the move of dance and cheer from athletics to an activity.
I would also just like to note that the other, in our new conference, the SLC, I think it is, they are a part of the WP, and correct me if I'm wrong, what's that name?
No problem, here to help. It's WACPC, which is the Wisconsin Association of Cheer Pom Coaches, Inc.
Thank you. The rest of the organizations that are in our current organization or athletic organization, now that we've switched, are a part of the WAPCP. We are currently not, but again, we are exploring to be a part of it.
So I think this is my last point, but I think we may have different definitions of exploring if it hasn't gone past a conversation. So what I would recommend is we keep cheer and POMs where it is under athletics, and that we begin the process and complete the process to become a member of WACPC, so we are aligned with the rest of the conference that we are joining, and just make this a smooth transition instead of changing for all of the, in my opinion, detrimental impacts that would cause to students and coaches. And then once we enter the WACPC, because if the rest of the conference that we're joining already subscribes to that, I don't know why we would be different. I think then, to Ms. Miller's point, that would be the back and forth that we want to avoid.
I also would just like to note that we just found this information out, okay? And so this is not I don't want this to feel any specific way here in the organization. We just found this information out. Why we weren't a part of the WAPCP, I have no idea, but we are looking to be a part of that. As it pertains to not being a sanctioned sport by the WIAA, as I understand it, I can get that information from you, but it's just not a sanctioned sport. The other athletics, again, are part of the WIAA from a coaching perspective. Athletics perspective are part of the WIAA. Once we get this, in my humble opinion, once we are able to attain this WAPCP process, which I don't have all the information about, unfortunately, Mr. Dupuy wasn't able to join us tonight, but once we get this information, I have no reasons to believe that we wouldn't be able to do as you just referred to.
So I don't want to be presumptuous, but the administration, are you willing to hold off on the movement on the addendum matrix until we can secure membership in the WACPC?
So I am willing to hold off. I also want to note that, again, once I found this information out, I wanted to be a part of this to be more in alignment with everyone else. And again, that's the only reason, that's one of the reasons why we made this switch from athletics to activities in general. So I just want to make sure that's also noted in the conversation.
So I think one of the things, like with this, this issue in itself kind of goes along with how the addendum matrix was made in the beginning, when we go back to like the 21-22 matrix. So as Dr. Garrison has come to us, there are some legacy issues that exist in some of the practices in the district, the procedures in the district. And I think like originally the conversation around the addendum matrix was one that Board Member Levy had brought up, like why does football make so much more money than the other sports? And lots of conversation back and forth there. In the end, as the matrix was approved and presented to the board, the values that are there are the values that were put forth, and everything was valued where it was at. And so I think also, too, there's some other issues along with the matrix that there's different threads of things are tied together. But as we work to have regularity in what we're doing and understand why things are where they're at, I think we're good to, as the administration said, that they'll wait to work on this, and so that all are involved understand what's happening and why things are happening. So we do have to keep moving in the meeting. So I would like to move on. I'll take this as discussion.
No, I'm so sorry, Board President Levy. I do have other questions about the matrix. So if this is something we're going to move forward and approve tonight, or are you recommending that we take it off, like we table it?
It says discussion information items. So I'm going to treat it as a discussion of the 23-24 addendum matrix, and I'm going to move on to 3A.
So I'm not able to ask my questions about it during the discussion period?
You can, Board Member Levy, you can ask questions.
Okay, thank you so much. With the proposed addendum matrix, the identifiers for freshmen and JV coaches have been removed. So I'm just wondering, where do those fall on the proposed scale? And what I'm completely fine with doing in the interest of time, As I can ask my question, if there's an immediate response, I'll take it now. If not, I can email this to you and you can get back to me later since we're not approving anything this evening. Is that agreeable? Okay.
The JV markers are still in the 23-24 addendum matrix. They are the two asterisks, red asterisks that are next to each one, and on the bottom it says that that stands for freshman JV positions.
Perfect, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And then the director, costume, and tech director for the fall play are all receiving increases. So my question is the spring play, sorry about that, is the spring play considered, is it captured in the musical director information? Is that considered the spring musical, or is that different?
There has been no increase to that. What happened was the theater addendums that were presented to the board last school year for revision have been incorporated into the addendum now, which they were not before, but there is no additional increase in those.
Okay, I was just noting that it was different from the original matrix passed in '21. So my question still remains, the spring musical, is that captured under the musical director information, or is that a separate thing?
That is separate. That was part of the proposal that was made after the original approval, and it was discussed what goes into the spring musical versus the rest of the theater production.
So fall play is included, but is there a reason the spring musical isn't included?
Because that was never captured in the value originally in the matrix.
So is there an addendum for that, and we're just not accounting for it, or is there no addendum for the spring musical?
No, the addendum, so, hold on, so that I can better. So the addendum for the different musicals are incorporated based on the recommendation that was made before. There has been no additional changes to the value or what those values cover. So the fall play, the spring musical, they are outlined exactly as they were previously approved without any additional change, if that makes sense.
It makes sense if the spring musical is captured under musical director. See how the fall musical has its own standalone item, but the spring play, or if it's called spring musical, is not itemized.
It is.
Okay, but that's my question. The spring musical is captured under musical director?
Yes,
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
of course.
And then, let me scroll down. So just a quick question, what's the difference between an activity and a club? Because they're separated out.
Just for ease and reference,
Okay.
they still fall under activities altogether.
And under high school club advisor, stage manager is listed, which I would think goes under theater, but it's not included under fall play or under musical director. Is that something that's different?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So that is based on the productions that are managed for external community partners. So not the productions that we, our students, put in, but the ones that are held at our high school for other entities.
Like
Right.
Beloit Civic Theater.
Correct.
Perfect, thank you so much. And then the remainder of my questions are on the set addendum amounts. Academy team leaders is new to the addendum listing. There's 6 positions being proposed, and it's my understanding we have 4 academies. So is that still freshman, Bach, Hess, and PACMES?
Yes, we do have 4 academies, so I just want to make sure I got your question correct.
Well, we have 6 addendums for academy team leaders. So I'm just wondering why we have 6 positions if there are 4 academies, including the freshman academy.
Hi there.
Yeah.
The freshman academy is made up of 2 separate academies. Last year there were 3, so that's probably where the 6 came from. Moving forward into next year, there are 2 academies within the freshman academy, gray and purple.
Perfect. So do we need 5 allocations there instead of 6?
Yep.
Okay. So if we can make that change, that would be great. And then also activity supervisors is new to the addendum listing, not a new position, but new to the addendum listing. So I just want to make sure I understand that correctly. Is that still the liaison for the athletic and activities director at the intermediate level?
Correct.
Okay. And then that's a $3,000 position?
Yes, and it has been reduced to 2 now from the 4 intermediate to the 2 middle.
Perfect, thank you so much. And then the bilingual program liaison is also new to the addendum listing. Now, that shouldn't be confused with our bilingual homeschool liaisons. Those are separate positions. So help me understand the difference, because I'm assuming we're keeping our bilingual homeschool liaisons, those standalone positions. What is the bilingual program liaison?
So this is not. So this has not been added new to the matrix. So let me reference the previous one.
So when the current matrix was approved 5/11 of '21, we had a piecemeal district addendum listing, which I wasn't in love with. So I love now that it's in one document. I really appreciate that. But on the district addendum listing, bilingual program liaison was not listed on that, and it wasn't on the most currently approved from 5/11/21, that matrix. So this would be new to this.
Okay, so what we did is the new section, the set addendum amounts, was based on, so we had the original and this is why I want to back up and give a little history as to why we're presenting this tonight. It is because it had not been presented to the board in a while. So when I started last year, I didn't realize that it was already 2 years almost old. So it had a lot of, like, for example, the theater addendums were approved but were never really incorporated. And then we had a number of set amount, like flat fee, which are all the ones that are here that were not part of the matrix. All of these are what were on the bottom, if you will, added to the original matrix since I've been here. The only one that I've known. And so that particular bilingual program liaison was always, again, not sure about the 5/20/2021, but that has always been a part of the matrix that we've worked from. The only thing that has changed was enumerated or was parceled out, which was the values versus number of, but that is not a new addendum.
And my only concern with that is since that wasn't on the 5/11/21 one, whatever is being currently used hasn't been board approved. So what is the difference between the bilingual program liaison and our bilingual homeschool liaisons?
I did not have that question as part of the prepared, so I
fine.
don't have the exact answer for you.
I'll email it, no problem.
Thank you.
And then is there a reason we don't have the destination imagination at the high school level? I see there are no allocations there.
No, I do not know the reason for that.
Okay. And then is there a reason the proposed grade level leaders, the grade level leaders and leadership team addendums are reduced by $300?
I'm sorry, the grade level leaders and which else?
The leadership team addendums have been reduced by $300.
And that is because those are the ones that we increased the number and kept the same total value by decreasing.
Okay, thank you. And then the noon supervision at the intermediate level is currently 5 per site. Is there a reason the number of proposed allocations is being reduced to 4 per site when we'll have more students at both of our sites now?
Can you share that question with us
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
And that was in reference to
The
on
noon
website.
supervision, the currently approved addendum allocates for 5 per site. And the proposed one would reduce that to 4 per site which I'm not clear on because we're going to have more students at each of our 2 sites.
So those were based on the number of lunch sessions. So that's what determined the number per school. So if you had 4 different lunch sessions at each site, then you had 1 per interval.
Okay, so the administration is fine with that, even though we'll have more students that will need to be supervised? We're having less allocations?
We can increase it, but that was, the goal was when we eliminated the 2 buildings, was to ascertain what the new impact would be. And so we removed the value for the additional buildings to only what is existing, if that makes sense.
Okay, and then one comment and one final question. The comment is, we frequently were told about principal choice, but it was never captured in the matrix or the addendum listing, so thank you for capturing that, just to make sure everything is housed in one place. And then my final question, the SEB coaches, which was formerly the PBIS, if I'm reading the addendum correctly, that new amount is going to be $1,200 for coaches. Now, I just want to be clear, at the high school level, the current range is $1,148 to $2,068, depending on experience. At their intermediate level, it's $460 to $1,380, and then the elementary level, it's $230 through $1,148, again, depending on experience. So with the proposed amount of $1,200, anyone at the high school level who has more than 1 year of experience, or anyone at the intermediate, which will now be middle school level, that has 7+ years of experience, will actually be getting a reduction in the addendum amount. Was that taken into consideration when choosing that $1,200 amount for everyone?
The SEB coach before was listed as an SEB coach as well as an SEB assistant
Support.
coach support, yes.
Yeah.
And so those 2 were combined. The value of the coach went up to absorb that. I do not have an SEB coach different one for the set amount than this listing.
No, so the SEB coach and the support are both listed on the matrix that was approved 5/11/21. And again, like I said, if you're at the high school level with more than 1 year of experience, because they're on a range, or if you're at the intermediate, which will now translate into middle school with 7+ years of experience, you're going to get a decrease in pay. Elementary and anyone not included in what I just listed are going to get a significant increase. And so my only question was that taken into consideration? And then to just confirm that the SEB support is eliminated. And I can email that to you as well.
Yes, because I'm trying to pull up the approved matrix that you're referencing.
No problem. I'll attach that with my
Thank you.
questions. All right, thank you.
Of course.
Okay, just one question. So I look forward to having a document that is comprehensive and that, you know, we can look to. But with all the different changes and things that were supposed to be on, but they weren't really on there, and some of the confusions, are we confident at least, my first and foremost concern is, have people gotten paid what they were supposed to be paid for those, you know, with last year and the year before and 2021?
Yes. Yes. I think that the confusion lies in the questions that are being asked and not having the opportunity to prepare to better answer those questions. I don't think that the confusion lies in people getting paid properly last year, if that's what you're asking.
Perfect.
Yes.
We haven't had any reports that anyone didn't get paid.
Perfect.
What the addendums are stating here.
Then I would, add also, there are a couple of addendums, like there are items on the exhibit tonight that we have to take care of that are for employees that did not receive addendums. But part of that is because kind of like with the COVID PTO, there's some things that it's not clear whether they were brought to the board at the time when they should have been. So we need to take action or confirm. And I think that one of the things as we get to those items that are in the employment recommendations that on Dr. Garrison's part, as he is, coming to the district in November, discovering different practices or things that are that were not brought to our attention. He's trying to bring them to our attention so that the appropriate actions are taken. Again, with the changes to the matrix, those are things that, as is in front of us, we're looking at, but also initially when the matrix came, there were issues. So we're still cleaning up issues, is where we're at. All right. Any other questions for
No,
the-
just a quick comment. I just want to thank you for indulging my questions because this item is listed as action, discussion, information. So if it's possible that the board would take action, I just wanted to make sure that I came fairly prepared with my questions. So thank you.
All right, so we're going to take it as information and discussion now and move forward to 3A, employment recommendations. So a motion may be made to convene the Human Resources Committee into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C of the Wisconsin State Statutes relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises a responsibility. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is that Megan Miller? So it's been moved by Amy Levy and seconded by Megan Miller. Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call vote?
Yes.
Tia Johnson,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Here.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
and Sean Levy.
Aye. So motion passed unanimously. So what we'll be doing now is going into closed session. So when we have our, on our exhibits A and B, for those reasons that I read, we'll go into closed session. If there are actions that we're going to take from our closed session conversation, we'll come back and take those actions, and then we'll adjourn this meeting and start our regular meeting. So right now, we're going to go into closed session. Okay, it is 8:21. All right, coming back to order. It's 8:21 and the Board of Education Human Resources Committee is reconvening in public session in order to take any action if necessary on items discussed in closed session. Are there questions for Exhibit A or B, or are there actions to be taken?
I move to approve the 8/15/23 employment recommendations, Exhibit A and B, as amended. Under Exhibit A, Mr. Turner's compensation is $3,472.04. Under Exhibit B, under coaches, remove fall and winter cheer and dance, and the extracurricular section as the pay matrix has not been approved.
Second.
All right, so it's been moved by Board Member Schneider, seconded by Board Member Levy. And then is there any discussion? This might be the appropriate time for the explanation, too.
Sure. So I will start with the explanation, and this is for everyone to understand what just happened. First of all, there's for the Exhibit B, I'm gonna make sure I'm on the right one. This is for Exhibit B as pertains to the fall coaches addendums for cheer. One of our employees here in the room was not board approved in the previous years to do the specific job that she was doing. She was still paid for that time, okay? When I came to know that this was the case in the spring pretty much, I had to make a decision to make sure this got to the board so that I don't want to say the name, I didn't say the name. So that one of our coaches could be paid. So again, just to make sure everyone's understand, When this wasn't approved by the previous administration, when I found this out, I had to get this approved by this board. That's where we're here now. So this coach that we have will be paid. Well, my recommendation is that she would be paid for the springtime that she was coaching at her regular rate, as noted. Now, there's a lot of other conversations that, from the board, from a discussion perspective, that we could have. But the bottom line is, when I find things out that was not previously approved in the previous administration, I have the responsibility to bring it to the board to get it approved. It is not to say that we don't want anyone to not be paid or not to receive certain funds, but I have to bring that to the board to get it approved. And that's what's happened with this last situation, so that when our coaches can be paid for the springtime in which she was coaching. That's everything in a nutshell, but of course, that kind of gives the overall synopsis.
All right, so I had further discussion, and thank you for your attendance. This is what local government is about. All right, so there's issues that come. There are attached documents that some of you may or may not have seen that provide additional context to what's happening. And then there's word of mouth where we come to understand things. There's what gets posted on Facebook. There's half-truth and a whole bunch of people making things up. But when things happen in our community, because the 7 of us have been elected to represent the taxpayers, the children, the parents, to make sure that we provide the best experiences and opportunities for our children, when money is spent by the district, it has to be approved by us. So, like you said, when you only have pieces, and like when we go into closed session, because of law, there are things that we can't talk about in open session. We go work those things out and come back and take actions that cover what has been done. And that is the way things will always be as we are here. Government is not perfect, so in past administrations, past school boards, past superintendents, things were done certain ways. And what you learn in leadership is when you come behind somebody else, sometimes you got to clean up things and clarify and say, this is the way we're going to make it right and do things going forward. All of us have been elected by our community to take care of these things for you. You know us because we grew up with you. We do things together with our kids in the community, and we appreciate the efforts that our community members take. So that as we get here to this space, those are the things that we're doing. Like I said, it's a lot of moving pieces sometimes, so it's not always clear. So like I said, and we had another meeting like this when we had to talk about closing schools. And in all ways, when you come, because you are the people and people have power, we still have to be civil. We have to work to make sure that we are in a right relationship with each other, that we work towards reconciliation of issues, not open and continuing conflict. But when we think about our children and all of us who have gone through the school district of Beloit, we know what it means to us to be Purple Knights. And that's the way we continue to treat each other, even as we work through problems in the family. So that's what we're trying to do as we take these steps, because you got to do it a certain way so it's done right, and then we'll move on. So as we go through the meeting, we'll take these recommendations, make these votes, and explain what we've done so it's clear.
So I want to again note that under the previous administration, this was done. It was not approved. Once I realized that, I had to come to the board to get it approved, and that's where we are right now, so that our coach can be paid for the work that she did in the spring.
And I had that context that with Dr. Garrison coming along, that's why you have to work to be clear in what you do, because people will question your integrity. But as he comes, he has to bring these things forward so that no matter what happened before, the 7 people here are now making decisions so that nothing is being done and hidden. It's all out in the open of what is going on. And sometimes even when we vote on issues, Some may vote yes, some may vote no. And the reason people are voting yes or no, you might not understand until they explain exactly why they did vote yes or no. That doesn't mean that they don't agree with the people or your understanding of what the vote is. It's just how people move on that issue.
And so the last point of this is, so the board, based off of the discussion here, also with the last conversation around the Nightingales and the cheer, moving into the activities conversation, in case you all wasn't here when I made this statement, the Nightingales and the cheer conversation will stay in the coaching side of things, on the athletic side of things, until we become WC, help me with the acronym, I'm so sorry,
WACPC.
WAPCP,
CPC.
y'all got it, WACPC, correct. Once we are approved by the WAPCP, CPC, I'm sorry. It's what it is. It's what it is. This is who I am. So if y'all don't know that by now, this is who I am. So as soon as we get approved by the other governing body for the coaches, we'll bring that back and we'll continue with where we are right now. Right as it stands, we did not make any changes based off of the administration's change until we are approved under the other organization. And so that's what's on the table as it stands. So cheer and dance will remain under the athletic side of things until we are approved under the other organization.
But just to be clear, Dr. Garrison, once we join the WACPC, there wouldn't be a need to change it from athletics.
There wouldn't
So
be.
I just don't want people to think that once we join that organization, that there could still be a conversation of will it be moved to activities.
So that is correct. But I also want to note that there are some things in that organization, as I stated before, that like certain things that the coaches could be a part of or requirements that we need to be a part of. And meeting those requirements would keep us in that conversation, okay? Not meeting those requirements or having the conversation with our athletic director around what those requirements look like will put us back in a different conversation. And so, could put us back in a different conversation if brought to the board for consideration. Kind of.
No. So just so we're clear, cheer and dance is remaining under athletics.
That's what was stated, yes, ma'am.
The administration is going to work to make us a part of WACPC, which is the Wisconsin Association of Cheer Pom Coaches, Inc. There would be no reason to have a conversation to go back to activities once we are a member of that organization. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. If the board votes that, yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes. And let me make sure we're all on the same page here. My responsibility to the school district is to make sure we do get it right. And sometimes people don't take the time to do get it right. And that's what we're trying to do, okay? So it's not to prolong anything. It's not to waste anyone's time. It's so that we do get it right. Things have not been done right, okay? Things have not been done right. And it's our responsibility to get it right, okay? And that's just where I am as a district administrator. That's what this board called me here to do, this job. And I'm gonna make sure we do it right. And if we do it right, we're fine. And if not, I hope that you all will advocate and we have a sit-down conversation one-on-one if we need to. My phone number is, you can call me, we can set up a meeting. I have no problems with those types of conversations. But again, I want everyone to note that this is part of my responsibility to make sure that our school district gets it right. All the rest of the teams that are in this conversation are cleared under the other organization, because I'm gonna mess up the acronym again, okay? But they are that are part of our conference are cleared under that organization. We want to be cleared as well. And so that's kind of where I want to make sure that we all understand here under my leadership as the district administrator. Okay.
Is there any more discussion? So I might ask you to repeat it again so we understand what we are voting on.
Okay. Move to approve the 8/15/23 employment recommendations, Exhibit A and B as amended. Exhibit A, Mr. Turner's compensation is $3,472.04. Under Exhibit B, under coaches, remove fall and winter cheer and dance and the extracurricular section as the pay matrix has not been approved.
So just to bring clarity to the pay matrix thought, the board would have to make a decision based off of what we were talking about prior. And since we were working through some of the numbers and some of the questions that we have, that's why that matrix wasn't approved tonight, okay? And so that's where we're at with that. Once we get through the rest of the questions with that pay matrix for the different addendums for different coaches and different activities, that'll be brought back to the board for approval.
Just to clarify, so in other words, the pieces that we're removing at the bottom for the coaches will come back with different calculations once we arrive at what our like actual numbers are. So they're not going away. They're going to come back when they're accurate.
They'll go back to the coaches' athletic side.
So in the discussion, when we have this Human Resources Committee meeting, this is where we come to decide, like when people have been recommended for employment, and if people are doing additional responsibilities, they're getting paid for that. And there was on Exhibit A, when you get the documents, there's Mr. Turner is there. And what we did is had the presentation from the administration and decided what the number was going to be for that compensation. So sometimes when you come to these meetings, there's an issue that you came for, then there's the other things that are happening also. But that is also an example of things that have been done in Beloit, and we're trying to make sure that when people take on additional responsibilities, that they are compensated for them and that they're following the approved formulas or method that the board has determined for that. So that other employee has been taken care of. And sometimes in these meetings, if we have not reached agreement on that or something is not ready to be presented, outlined in a vote, it doesn't get mentioned or nobody takes action on it, and that's what the administration is working on, and you see it come up again. Because to note, when we dealt with the COVID PTO situation, here it is, that was like May, June. It took us several weeks to get through the COVID PTO situation. At the same time, Dr. Garrison, because he's the superintendent, and I'm the board president, we work on the agenda. It took us several months to chew through that, and that affected over 450 employees. So this situation that affected 2 employees, how many things can you do at one time? We finished the COVID PTO that affected 450 employees, and now here we are in August addressing this situation. So that is also when you see things come on the agenda sometimes, but there's no action taken. What is happening is that the administration, because they are the ones who do the day-to-day work, the board members, we look at the information that's provided to us, and we make a decision, the 7 of us, on behalf of the district, and then the administration is implementing those actions. So that's another part of sometimes when you're at the meeting to understand what is happening. All right. You repeat the motion again, Greg? And that's just how, Sean Levy is slow like that. Sometimes I got to hear it, make sure there's understanding. That's just the old teacher in me.
Okay. I move to approve the 8/15/23 employment recommendations, Exhibits A and B as amended. Exhibit A, Mr. Turner's compensation is $3,472.04. Exhibit B, under coaches, remove fall and winter cheer and dance, and the extracurricular section as the pay matrix has not been approved.
So the motion was made by Board Member Schneider. It was seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. We've had the discussion. And Ms. Shope, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Absolutely. Tia Johnson?
Aye.
Brian Nichols?
Aye.
Brian Anderson?
Aye.
Megan Miller?
Aye.
Amy Levy?
Aye.
Craig Schneider?
Aye.
And Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Yeah, I'd like to move to approve in Exhibit A, the fall and winter, the first 4 lines.
Is there a second? I offer a second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, briefly, I can't support this. So just to be clear, Michelle Hendricks Nora did the work. She has already been paid. She earned that pay. She didn't do anything wrong. What I have a problem with is Dr. Kieser decided to pay this out without receiving board approval. Again, no fault on her, but I am not in the practice of cleaning up his mess. So he chose not to bring it before the board when it was relevant, before it was paid out. I cannot in good conscience go back and clean up his error and vote for it now. So that's why I'll be voting against it. But just so we're clear, this isn't money lost to an employee. This has already been paid out.
Tia?
Board Member Miller, did you say Exhibit A or Exhibit B?
Well, I intended to say Exhibit B.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
I'll amend that. Yeah. So just like with the COVID PTO, something was given. There is, all those people have left the building. All right? The only person that's here is the employee. What happened is, from when the employee was a teacher, continuing to coach, there's a moment where she became an administrator, and administrators don't get paid to coach, but then another administrator was paid to coach. There's different elements that take place in these discussions. If a black female is an administrator and not getting paid to coach, and you have a white male administrator who is getting paid to coach, what is happening? So these are things that were dealt with in that situation. So when we take this action, as Board Member Miller presented the motion, and Board Member Levy has expressed herself that she does not want to clean up something in the past, another perspective is this employee received this compensation, and this board is responsible for money that goes out. Because that employee did the work, even though it was not brought to us in a manner it should have been, and it's in question, I will be voting for it because now we know that the employee has been paid, that money needs to be accounted for, it will be approved because we know she did the work. So we will take a vote, and people have their own reasons for voting for or against, but the employee has not lost, and sometimes the vote is just this is what happened. And again, because there's confusion, when people take parts of facts and twist them, we're trying to make it very clear to our community what we are doing.
Board President Levy, so yeah, I brought it up just because if, as an educator who receives addendum pay for things, I just wouldn't want anybody to call into question the legitimacy of my work or my payment. This is like Board Member Levy pointed out, an administrative error, and I just don't believe that administrative errors should be settled on the backs, consciences, or otherwise of employees, and so that's why I made the motion I made.
And then in this discussion again, I want to point out that Dr. Garrison brings these things to our attention, and this is a leadership lesson for people, because once your name is on it, whatever happened before you, you end up dealing with. And if you don't want it to be stuck to you afterwards, you need to bring that to the light so it can be settled. So no matter how this vote goes, Dr. Garrison has presented what he found. That's clarity. And the board has, expressed our will, whether it's 4-3, 5-2, 6-1, or 7-0. Is there any more discussion?
I just want to be clear, because for me, what you said is nuanced. A no vote for me does not speak to the legitimacy of whether or not the funds should have been received. My no vote speaks to the fact that Dr. Kieser should have brought this to the board for approval, and he did not. And I don't support what I will call the delinquency of the administrator's action.
And I'll clarify that I fully respect and support what you said as well.
So then again, just an example, it is nuanced, and once you get to certain places, the words we say in our arguments matter. So something should have happened that didn't happen. It needs to be taken care of. That's what this is. And people can vote however they vote for many different reasons. You have to ask the individual why they voted the way they voted to get that understanding.
Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Shope, please.
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Nay.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Nay.
Tia Jensen,
Nay.
and Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion failed.
Is that all of Exhibit A and B? All right. So now we're on to next meeting date.
Motion failed, but
Right.
please note, Mrs. Hendricks Norris was paid.
Right. So another explanation. So the motion failed. The employee was already paid for the services that were provided, but in the board choosing not to approve the payment, the money's already out the door, but the work was done. And for different reasons, like I said, ask your members why they voted, how they voted. But we want to make sure for the integrity of the employee that nothing was done that was wrong on the employee's part to receive that payment, and the work was done. All right. So our next meeting date is Tuesday, September 5th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. Can I have a motion for adjournment of the Human Resource Committee meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All right. It's moved by Board Member All right, excuse me, we're getting ready to begin. So I need everyone to take a seat, and I need you to stop talking, please. All right. So I'm going to call the regular board meeting of August 15th, 2023 to order at 9:01 p.m. Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Sorry. Tia Johnson,
Here.
Brian Nichols,
Here.
Brian Anderson,
Here.
Sean Levy,
Present.
Megan Miller,
Present.
Amy Levy,
Here.
Greg Schneider.
Present.
All members are present.
Can I have a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Nichols and seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes unanimously. In the Pledge of Allegiance. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Call to order. All right. So as we begin with our meeting, to make our public announcement that the Board of Education would like to let our families and viewers know that our regular board meetings are being simultaneously interpreted. You can watch the Spanish interpreted meeting through the link found at the board website under the Watch Meetings tab with tonight's date. In order to accommodate this interpretation, we will be monitoring the pace of our meeting to allow time for the interpretation, and I would like to remind our board members and others speaking to please speak one at a time. Thank you so much for your consideration and understanding. Public comment. Mr. Shope, do we have public comment?
We do. We have emails and we have people in the room that signed up to speak.
Okay. So Board of Education meetings are conducted for the purpose of carrying on the business of the schools. The board, as representative body of the School District of Beloit, wishes to provide an avenue for any individual to express interest in and concerns for the schools. Accordingly, the public is invited to attend any sessions of board meetings or any meetings of board committees. At every regular meeting of the board, time is set aside for the personal presentation of individual or group comments. Each person wishing to speak during this time shall complete the public comment card with their first and last name, home address, including city and state, if other than Wisconsin, topic to be addressed, and whether you are speaking for or against this topic. The comment card shall then be given to the board secretary for entering into the public record. Each person will be given up to 3 minutes to speak on their topic of interest or concern. Should the individual require translation assistance, a translator may be of the individual's choosing or one provided by the district. Public comments requiring translation will be given 6 minutes. The Board of Education asks individuals to complete public comment card, give it to the board secretary, and approach the microphone when called upon. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Robert's Rules of Order will be followed at all times. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the following norms in order to maintain a respectful and ordered meeting and to prevent discussion of confidential matters in a public forum. Comments should be directed to members of the Board of Education and not district employees, students, or other members of the public in attendance at the meeting. Speech that is belligerent, disorderly, disruptive, repetitive, or which exceeds the allowable time permitted for each speaker is prohibited. Concerns or questions that entail the disclosure of identifying information regarding specific students are prohibited. Response from the board, if any, will be limited to clarifying and accurate information, seeking additional information from the speaker, or acknowledging that the speaker has been understood. The board will not debate with an individual, and the board may not take action on an item raised during public comment that is not on the meeting notice/agenda. The chair will interrupt and rule an individual who violates any of these norms out of order. If ruled out of order by the chair, the individual's opportunity to address the board will end immediately, and the microphone will be turned off. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Mrs. Schultz, will you read the emails first?
The first email I have is from Miranda Erickson. Good afternoon. I am writing this email in support of the cheer team for the board meeting tonight. I was on the cheer team for my freshman and sophomore year, and I just wanted to speak on how it affected me and how beneficial it was and still is for the kids today. It has come to my attention that cheer and dance is no longer considered a sport at BMHS, and I do not agree with this. We lifted those girls into the air during stunts and had to hold still. We caught them when they fell. During practices, we had to exercise because it is actually challenging to dance and do cheers while chanting. It all requires endurance, especially the dance step team. I would never be able to do what those girls do. It's amazing and requires strength and discipline, which is everything in sports. As far as financial reasons for removing cheer from athletics, we always paid for our own uniform, and we even did fundraising. All the hard work these women have done over the years to take that away from them, from athletics, and label it as just a club isn't fair. The next email I have is from Bria Stevens. I submit the following public comment as a concerned graduate of Beloit Memorial High School and former member of the Nightingales cheer and dance team. I'm a licensed attorney and have experience representing school districts, colleges, and universities. A review of the School District of Beloit Policy Manual demonstrates that the decision to change BMHS cheer and dance from athletics to activities is arbitrary. Specifically, the section of the manual which governs athletics and activities provides participation in interscholastic athletics, enhances engagement, builds a sense of belonging, and positively impacts student outcomes while affording opportunities that supplement the academic experience. There shall be no doubt that cheerleading and dance accomplish this goal. While the manual does provide that district will subscribe to and use the code of the Wisconsin Interscholastic Athletic Association, WIAA, it does not require that an athletic activity be sanctioned by the WIAA. Moreover, the decision to make selective and targeted changes to a system that has been in place for years without a clearly articulated reason for doing so and a full analysis of the entire system demonstrates animus and bias. On a personal note, while attending BMHS, I devoted a substantial amount of time and gained substantial benefits from being a member of the cheer and dance teams. While I was also a member of several clubs and activities, the amount of time dedicated to such activities was not nearly as significant as that of cheer and dance. If nothing else, the members of the cheer and dance teams, as well as their coaches, deserve respect and equal treatment. Accordingly, cheer and dance should remain a part of athletics. Bria Stevens, Esquire. And the next one I have is from Shalakia, I hope, Griffin. Good evening. It saddens my heart to hear the awful news about the Nightingales possibly not being considered as a sport anymore. During my time belonging to the Nightingales back in 2012, it sure felt like a sport to me. The hours of dedication and practice were like no other thing that I, till this day, have experienced. I would say the training to be a Nightingale is the same, if not harder, than an average sport. I remember running countless laps around the cafeteria getting ready for the upcoming games. I remember leaving practice sore in all my muscles. In fact, seeing what my body was capable of then is part of my motivation now to stay fit and healthy. The amount of support given from both our coaches made me feel like I could do anything. The friendships I formed from my time in cheer are still very important to me. I experienced so many great opportunities meeting Coach Hendricks and Coach Regina. For example, the HBCU college tours. Being an African American growing up, I think it's very important to experience these excellent opportunities. They really broaden a person's view of the world and oneself. When my brother, Gian Brumfield, passed away in the parking lot of BMHS, I started to doubt BMHS. I then remembered my personal experience and time at Beloit Memorial. That is why I'm writing this email. Nightingales at Beloit Memorial impacted my life so much that it comforted me in my time of grief, in fact. I knew back then Beloit Memorial would do the right thing to ensure the safety of all students and staff, which they did. They now have made attending the games more organized and safer for the students and families. I also know that now Beloit Memorial will do the right thing and ensure the safety of the Nightingale sport that I cherish so dearly as well for all students and future students. Making this decision to vote with my conscience on this matter will ensure that BMHS is separate from all other high schools. This unique sport is vital when discussing the diversity and opportunities of BMHS as a whole. Thank you. And the last email I actually have the person here in person, and she said she'd rather speak in person.
We'll take the in-person comments at the podium.
I have Mark Abdur Rashid. Still here, wishing to speak? Does not look like. I have Regina Hendricks, and I have Quintessence Reglan and Amari Newble, both yielding time.
Good evening. I'm Regina Hendricks, 1531 Vernon Avenue. Don't show up at my house, girls. I'm here to express my concerns about the proposal to move cheer and dance, which includes STEP, from athletics to clubs and activities. Although this is no longer on the table, I'd still like to share my original concerns. Firstly, I'd like to clarify for all in the room and all in the community that the Nightingales include cheer, dance, and step. The Nightingales are not separate from cheer. Cheer is Nightingales. Nightingale is cheer and dance and step. One name. The reason given for the move was that cheer and dance are not WIAA sanctioned. To my knowledge, they have never been sanctioned by the WIAA. As a coach, I'm requesting full disclosure as to what precipitated this change. Why now? I would also like to note that all other cheer and dance programs in our current conference, as well as our previous conference, fall under athletics. Why are we being singled out? Is there a policy explicitly written that states that athletic teams must be WIAA sanctioned to be a part of athletics at a particular school? If there is a policy, why has that not been shared or acknowledged before this moment? What is the real reason behind this abrupt recommendation for restructuring? I would also like to note that coaches have not been given the opportunity before this moment to join any sanctioned entity to rectify this situation before recommending the change. Secondly, and probably most importantly, the removal of cheer and dance from athletics, whether WIAA sanctioned or not, poses an immense risk to our student participants and the district, should anyone be injured during participation. As a coach, my team's safety is a top priority. As an activity, students would not be required to have a physical prior to participation. So then, can they not receive assistance from the trainers during games? What about concussion training and monitoring? With the amount of physical activity that these teams engage in daily, including stunts, and you'll hear this over and over, throwing people upwards of 20 feet in the air at times, I'm terrified of that potential risk. And with all of the young people collapsing and sometimes even dying while conditioning for physical activities around the country, I ask, do you want our students to take that risk? Thirdly, the decision to move these teams seems to be based on the addendums being paid, as the proposal is to change the funding source from the athletic matrix to the activities matrix. Did anyone have the students in mind? There was not a full, in-depth review or proper research from human resources or even a discussion with coaches or participants as to all of the physical activity that goes into cheer and dance, which includes step, which justifies being included in athletics. We were asked to provide an overview of typical practice times and events. How can one come to such a conclusion without doing due diligence? If these teams are moved to clubs and activities, I would have officially requested an adjustment of the addendum amount, to mirror that of athletics. If it is truly an issue of WIAA sanctioning and not monetary, this should not be a problem given the amount of time and dedication that we will have to devote as we have for over 15 years. I will gladly prepare a detailed practice, performance, and travel schedule for all teams and seasons. Reclassifying these teams does not eliminate the need for endless amounts of training, practice, and preparation for each season, fall, winter, and spring. We were told that our team pictures would still be included in sports programs. They would still receive certificates and varsity letters. Busing would still be provided to away games, and we would now be in the uniform rotation. If all of these privileges are still being granted, why then are we not included as part of athletics? Is it personal? Are we targets? It sure feels that way. Lastly, I would like to remind you all of the official definition of athletics as published by Webster's Dictionary. Exercises, games, or sports engaged in by athletes, the practice or principles of athletic activities. What is an athlete? A person who is trained or skilled in exercises, sports, or games requiring physical strength, agility, or stamina. Therefore, if you've ever seen the Nightingales, BMHS athletics should include all athletes, not just those who compete against other teams. And that is not to say that we can't or haven't entered competitions. We have and we will. Cheer and dance are just as essential to Beloit Memorial as any other athletic team and in their own right. And if anyone has ever witnessed Nightingales cheer, Nightingales dance, Nightingales step, practice, or perform, there is no way they can deny that they train hard and possess athletic skill, by definition, that are immeasurable. Why does our existence have to be tied to our performance at sporting events? Why can't our athleticism be honored in all activities in which we choose to perform and participate in? That is how we display our skill as athletes. And we are unequivocally part of BMHS athletics. You would be doing the teams, the school, the district, the community, and most importantly, your students a disservice by diminishing their hard work and dismissing their dedication, skills, and talents as part of athletics. Thank you.
The next person I have is Amber Newble.
Now, we do have to remain with decorum as we proceed.
I'm just going to read what I have in here. I just want to emphasize that the value of sports extends beyond just direct competition. Sports promote teamwork, discipline, physical fitness, and builds a sense of community. Removing a sport solely due to a technicality overlooks these benefits and undermines the efforts of the cheerleaders who are actively engaging and contributing to the school spirit and unity. I would like to highlight that the coaches' pay grade reflects their dedication, expertise, and positive impact they have on the students. These coaches play a vital role in shaping students' character, instilling value, and fostering personal growth. Removing their pay may not only undermines their hard work, but also devalues the significant contribution that makes the school community. The education, experience, and dedication should be recognized and compensated appropriately to maintain the high quality of the program and its positive influence on the students. Whew. So not only taking it away will cause a way bigger problem than just trying to figure out whether or not they should be considered athletes. I'm done. So I'm gonna get emotional.
The next person I have is Jada Bardell.
As a student-centered school district, I am a senior at the high school who is here to express my feelings tonight. I am a current Nightingale on the cheer, dance, and step team. I have been on the team for 3 years. With the time and dedication we put forth, it isn't fair for our sport to be questioned and downplayed to an activity. We practice just as much as any other sport team, and if not more. The long 4-hour practices, 4 to 5 days a week, and sometimes weekends. We learn 100+ cheers, make up dances, learn steps to bring school spirit. We attend every game. We put on a show for all assemblies. We perform for any events the school puts on. We perform at the elementary and intermediates plenty of times throughout the years when they book us. We put together and host events for the community to attend. We host cheer camps for the littles, and we also put together a whole show of our own. We also fund our own uniform and warm-ups. We are held to the same standards as any other athletic team, such as keeping our grades up, having good attendance, attending every football and basketball game away or home, and sometimes even soccer, and having good sportsmanship when cheering against other cheerleaders to keep our edgeability. And how are we being questioned about being athletes? The Nightingales bring so much school spirit to the games. Without us being there, the games are so different. How would a competing team like to not have any cheerleaders cheering them on? Also, let's speak about the impact cheer, dance, and step teams provide. Being on Coach Michelle Hendrick Nora's and Coach Regina Hendrick's team, we learned the importance of being involved in our community, giving back, and being confident in everything we do. We learn the importance and get to practice being dedicated to something. Being a part of the Nightingales and having such wonderful leaders as coaches has had the biggest impact on my success story. They go above and beyond for all students that cross their paths, and their hard work, dedication, and time doesn't and won't ever go unnoticed. At the end of the day, questioning the decision of turning our sport into a club or activity isn't right or fair at all, especially to all of us who have dedicated so much time and energy into it. Thank you.
The next person I have is Chase Freeman.
Hi, I'm Chase Freeman. I'm 1320 Whipple Street. Recently, my home away from home, my second family, has been targeted and singled out. Granted, we are not on the topic of being removed from a sport to a club, but I would like to share how I feel about it. What is a club? A club is an association and an organization dedicated to a particular interest or an activity, such as photography, French, chess, and etc. What is a sport? An activity involving physical exertion and skill, in which an individual or team competes against other teams or others for entertainment. This is a sport on how many people at Beloit Memorial High School has gone away for football and basketball scholarships. How many of those have been given away at the high school? But how many have been given away for the dance team? I'm afraid for my college future because I want to be a dancer in my future. And I want to be able to say that I was a Nightingale, and I want to be able to that was a sport. This is my last year, and I want to make it count. And knowing that my second family, my home away from home, has been targeted is hard to hear. I feel like that we should be treated the same because we get asked to do appearances, we get asked to do the games, we get asked to show up and show out, and we do every single time. Our coaches have put in as much dedication as the others, if not more. We show up and we show out and we put every single inch and bit of our energy into this. And it's not fair to us and it's not fair to our coaches. Our coaches have families, our coaches have lives outside of this. And they make it a thing for us to be there. Even though that not all of us get supported. The things on Facebook being said, the things that people are constantly saying about our coaches, which isn't fair because we're all, in some sort of way, adults. We all mature. So we should know how to speak to each other. We should all have certain opinions, but we should all learn how to keep it to ourselves if it's not something important at all. But with that being said, I feel like cheer is definitely a sport. We put in more work, if not the same amount as the football team or basketball team. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
The next one I have is Kamani Ford.
Hi, I'm Kamani Ford. I have to say, I'm a strong believer that cheer, dance, and step are considered sports because as much as we practice, and we practice as much as other teams do, if not more, we have to try out to be on the cheer, step, and dance team. And other teams, they try out, but everyone makes the team. We have to meet the same requirements as any other sports teams, and plus we have had Nightingales in the past that have went to college off of dance scholarships. If this wasn't a sport, why would they be giving out sports scholarships for it? Plus, we do community service like performing at schools, reading to books to kids, and much more. And a lot of people enjoy us performing. So to call cheer, dance, and step a club is outrageous, considering how much work we put into it. We have to pay for our own uniforms because we get no funding from the school. Coach Michelle and Regina have been coaching the Nightingales for 15 plus years, so I don't know why all of a sudden this has become a problem.
The next person I have is Kelly Lutzko.
Hi, everyone. My name is Khalees Lutzo, and for those of you that don't know, I am your Miss Rock County's Teen 2023. And I came here not only to represent myself, but to represent my cheer, dance, and step team because I am on all three. And it's sad to say that I'm not surprised we're here debating on whether or not cheer is a sport. We've been dealing with this since I've been alive. And I don't think this decision has anything to do with funding because we fundraise money and we buy our own uniforms. So there is that. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but the game without us is not as fun. Have you ever been to a game without the cheerleaders and then to a game with the cheerleaders? You definitely feel the difference. You feel the vibe, you feel the energy in the room change, and it's different. And some kids don't have a support system. So the cheerleaders are that support system for those kids. We are a sport, I don't care. And the amount of effort and work that we put in as a team is insane. We are not a club. You actually have to try out. You don't put your name on a paper and it's, yeah, you made it, woohoo, let's go throw a palm and do a kick. No. We sit there, we get a couple days to prepare a dance and cheers, and we have to make our own dance, choreograph our own routine. You have to have experience. You have to be athletic in order to make the dance team. So the fact that you want to sit here and say we're not athletes is a little unfair. Also, for the step team tryouts, we had to run bridges, 6 a.m. So I want to see every individual board member run 6 a.m. bridges, learn a step in 1 hour minimum, and after you do that and make the team for all 3 seasons, then you can decide if it's a sport. But until then, I really don't want to hear anything else. And when it comes to my coaches, Coach Regina and Michelle, they've done so much for the team, okay? And the fact that you're sitting here targeting them to the point where this many, you see how many people back up my coaches? It's insane, okay? It's basically the community of Beloit. Oh yeah, big point I'm trying to make. I got 52 seconds. I also used to go to a different school district. We don't need to talk about it. It's terrible. I don't recommend. But I specifically switched schools to come to get this district for the Nightingale team. Okay, I have been growing up going to the step shows. I have always been wanting to be a Nightingale my entire life. And I have come to this district specifically for that. And right now I'm feeling like that's just being like casted aside like it's nothing. But that's really my whole life. So I would appreciate, you want to be an inclusive board and you want to say you take your students into consideration about their feelings. Well, this is me telling you my feelings, and now it's your job to take it into consideration. Thank you.
Next, I have Michaela Ward and Mia Ward.
All right. Good evening, everybody. My name is Michaela Ward, 530 Lawton Avenue, apartment 2108. Many community members have seen firsthand what Regina and Michelle have done for this community by themselves and what they have done for the Nightingales. I honestly sit back and ask myself if the school district came out to events held by the Nightingales, came to a practice, a game, and watched them perform, or even came to an annual Rhythm of the Night step show, would Regina and Michelle's ability to run this team be questioned then? I am a product of this team and its importance. Because of this team and Regina and Michelle, I gained a love for physical activity. You have to be able to be physically and mentally fit to perform in front of tons of people, even hundreds at times. I can tell you firsthand that doing a 15 to 20-minute step show can be very rigorous on the body. Regina and Michelle stressed and taught us the importance of healthy eating and drinking, being that we are always on the go, whether we are in practice, going over jumps, cheers, dance routines, outside running, and working out to make sure that we are staying physically fit. Best believe we are always moving. Because of Regina and Michelle, I found out about what an HBCU even was. I never had a teacher in this district even say that such a college even exists. My freshman year of high school was the first time that I was ever taken on an HBCU tour, which I would not have been taken on if I wasn't a part of the Nightingales. This school district stresses the importance of coming back after college and being a pillar to this community by giving back to the students in this district. This team does just that before they even leave the high school. We participated in many community service activities, and I can personally say that I gained a love for community service in the start of my high school career because of Regina and Michelle's team. These two ladies constantly stress the importance of our academics in order to be able to excel in our next steps after high school. Because of their academic requirements to try out and remain on the team, I was able to graduate from Beloit Memorial High School in 2018 and then receive academic scholarships in order to be able to attend the Alabama State University, where I was then able to graduate as a magna cum laude graduate with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice in December of 2022. My degree then allowed me the ability to to come back and give back to my community by having the opportunity to be the music teacher at McNeil Intermediate School. By having this sport at the high school, you are allowing students with diverse backgrounds to feel included, which are two words stressed and stated within the mission statement of the school district. By having a sport that tailors to not only their likes, but their needs. So at the end of the day, I feel as if the question of is cheer and step a sport is the wrong question that is being asked, because yes, it is. The fact that we are questioning Regina Michelle's ability to run these teams baffles me. The real question is, what have you all done or attended or may need to attend in the future to see this sport's importance firsthand to not just the high school, but the community as a whole? Thank you.
Next, I have Triana Metzger.
Triana Metzger, 2602 Blarney Stone. First, I would like to start off with, I am a leader in the community as your Miss Beloit's Teen 2023, so I see a lot of students and children looking forward to being a Nightingale. Ever since I was at McNeil Intermediate School, I looked forward to becoming a Nightingale. My freshman year, I made varsity, and now I'm going on to my junior year, my third year as a Nightingale. I am a part of the cheer and dance team. As being a Nightingale, it has supported me into looking into not only college athletics, but what I can become as an athlete. I have decided to become an athlete for fall and winter as a Nightingale. And not only am I a Nightingale because of the athletics, I am a Nightingale because who the coaches are. If there was other coaches, I do not fully believe that I would be a part of the Nightingale cheer team. They are a family and they treat us like a family. The cheer team is more than just other students that are around you. We are sisters. And that is the biggest part of being at Beloit Memorial High School. I go to school every day and I am excited to return to school because I am a Nightingale, because I know that I can put on a reputation for what our school can be and what it has become. If we did not have the Nightingales, we would not be where we are today, because there are a lot of girls and adults now who have been benefited by the Nightingales. I would also like to say that although it is not questioned anymore if we are a part of the athletics, it gets under my skin, I should say, that it was even a question, because as a all-girls team, there are not many other teams being questioned. There are not other athletes worried about how colleges will look at them. As an athlete who plans to go to college to be an athlete, I worried about how colleges will look at me, if they will see me as an athlete still, because we were taken from a sport to a club. So with that being said, I do not believe that it should have ever been questioned if we were athletes, because we put amounts of work in that many students do not. We come in the mornings, nights, games, we save after to help, we do community service, and although I do my own community service, there's multiple times where I have had the opportunity to meet new people, to go out and to do things with my coaches that I would never have the opportunity to do, as well as going on HBCU trips. Like others stated, I never knew anything about HBCUs, and because of my coaches now, I know way more than I would have ever known, and it gives me the opportunities to see where I want to be in the future. So like I said, I cannot believe that this was ever questioned and if this was a sport, because we are very athletic, and I'm sure not everyone in this room can do what a lot of us girls do, especially the step team. It takes a lot of work and dedication, and mentally it takes a lot of work. So thank you.
Next, I have Desiree Metzger.
My name is Desiree Metzger. I live at 2602 Blarney Stone, and I am a parent of a Nightingale. And as Triana was saying, I can't believe this was even a question. They are athletes. They are strong. They are a family. So to have this even be a question or be brought forth hurts my heart. I did not actually go to Beloit Memorial. I graduated from Janesville Parker, but I moved to this Beloit community. I work in this community. I own businesses in this community. I give back to this community, and especially to the athletics in Beloit. I do a lot of campaigning. I do ads. My businesses pay for the ads to be in those sports books. So the fact that this is being questioned, as a business person who lives in this community, it upsets me that this was even brought to the attention and brought to the agenda. In terms of Nichelle and Regina, I cannot speak highly enough of them. They are amazing. And I see the comments on Facebook, I see the other people who have so much to say, yet I don't see a single one of them pouring into this youth the way these two women do. And for those that have all these negative things to say, I challenge them. I challenge them to step up and be a part of these ladies' future, because that's what Michelle and Regina do. They have given opportunities to children who don't have an opportunity, who don't maybe have family who can afford to send them to HBCUs. I'm not sure if you've looked at college tuition, but they're about 40 to 60 grand a year to go to these HBCUs. And Regina and Michelle make it possible for our youth, our future, our children to go to those places. I'm fortunate enough that my kids will be able to go regardless. But let me tell you, as a parent, I would much rather use the money that I would have to spend to send them to those HBCUs to buy property and real estate for them. That's what I do. I'm a real estate broker, and I would much rather spend my money doing that, but they have the opportunity to get scholarships and to be recognized as an athlete, as a dancer or a cheerleader. And that's because of Michelle and Regina. There's no one else in this community who is giving back like they are. So I really hope that we do not have to have this conversation again, and that we will continue to pour into Regina and Michelle instead of trying to knock them down for the amazing work that they're doing for our youth and our future.
The next person is Jessica Scott.
Just before Ms. Scott comes, how many more do we have left, Ms. Shope? Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica Scott, 610 Wisconsin Avenue. Please don't show up at my house either. In lieu of vacation, I just got home from helping my son move into his dorm room. He is attending the Paul Quinn University in Texas. Thank you, Michelle and Regina, for all of your support with my child who's going to start his freshman year in college. I'm wearing this shirt because last year I had the opportunity to go drop off my oldest child at the Russ College University. Both of those schools I just mentioned are HBCUs, schools that I had never heard of. I'm a college-educated woman myself. I've been through college. I work in this school district, and I didn't have that information about the two schools that my children are attending. That is thanks to Michelle and Regina. So, we're not here to talk about that, are we? I guess I was just bragging about my kids a little bit and bragging about Michelle and Regina. As a question about what athletics look like, I was just wondering if I can use the last 2 minutes of my time to ask a few of my Nightingales. Come here. Quick, come on over here. Real quick. Right, y'all stay right over there. I don't know if the camera can see y'all. For the community members who are watching, I just would like to see if you all think this is an athletic event or if this is an activity. Again, as mentioned, athletes require physical fitness, teamwork, and I don't have to say anything else because I'm sure these ladies can speak for themselves. As you can see, it looks like that's an athletic activity, not an activity that you just go sign up for. Y'all want to see me do it?
And the last speaker I have is Bianca Lozano. She's decided not to speak. So that's all I have.
Board President Levy, I don't want to interrupt if you have comments, but after we conclude public comment, I'm requesting a 10-minute recess, please.
Yep. So let us take that 10-minute recess. That's something to learn about. It's windy, but I follow it. Well, I mean, but this is the work though. that. All right. We're going to reconvene our meeting. We are picking up after public comment. This is the August 15th, 2023 regular board meeting. And we are now at reports to the board. 3A Superintendent. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Shope, can we just do a roll call to ensure that we have quorum?
Absolutely. Tia Johnson.
Here.
Brian Nichols.
Here.
Brian Anderson.
Here.
Megan Miller.
Present.
Amy Levy.
Here.
Greg Schneider.
Present.
Sean Levy.
Present.
All members are present with Amy Levy and Megan Miller appearing virtually now.
Okay, Dr. Garrison.
Thank you. So board members, I want to make my board report fairly quick. I just want to give everyone a quick update on as it pertains to our enrollment. We have been working feverishly to get everyone enrolled here in the school district of Beloit. It started back in the summertime, and I want to give credit to, of course, my team who have assisted me in that conversation. Of course, the executive team, of course, all of the principals, all of the administrative assistants, everyone who really kind of got behind the conversation around doing our enrollment early in July, I believe, has helped play off the conversation. Right now, as it stands, we have over 5,083 students. 5,083 students registered for school right now, which is huge for the school district of Beloit. Typically, in the previous school years, we wouldn't have had that information because we would have been enrolling students like last week, based off our old practice. Thank you. And so, I just want to make sure that people understand that we are still enrolling students. Naturally, when we're through the enrollment process, we won't stop that until until people stop registering for school. So that's something that we will continue to do. I do want to note that in that enrollment conversation, naturally, on the first day of school, the history here has been sometimes families will show up on that first day of school, and so there may be an influx of students that come to school on that first day that we haven't seen in our regular numbers, but that would only increase our numbers as well. As projected, we thought that this could be the conversation close to 5,000 or under. In this case, we are about a little under 150 or so students based off of where we were last year. And so I do believe that some of this could be, based off of our reconfiguration. Some of it could be, I believe we're turning the corner as it pertains to what we really want to be known here for as a school district. And I believe people are deciding to stay with us. That's what I have to believe, right? I think that's a good thing. I don't think no one at the board level will be upset about we getting more students to come and families to register. And so I just want to make sure that's noted and in the conversation today. I say that's noted a lot, but I do think it's very important that we bring attention to some of those conversations. Any questions about our enrollment? Okay, and so the second conversation would be transportation. Naturally, if everyone gets picked up on that first day of school, that's a great job for the district administration. Secondly, to that conversation, if everyone doesn't get picked up on that first day of school, then something went wrong, right? And that'll be back on us again. One of the things I can say about transportation, it is a moving conversation. This week, I believe at the end of this week, we will be sending out transportation notices to our families. And so, again, within the first 15 days of August here, we'll be sending out transportation notices to our family. I believe it's fairly early than what was probably done in the past, maybe. But as it stands right now, we are sending out those notices by the end of this week as pertains to transportation. And so, families, if you believe I'm gonna slow down. If you believe you should have received transportation and you didn't, that must mean that there's something missing in our registration. And I'd ask that you will please reach out to us and let us know that, and so that we can get you registered for transportation. That's the transportation update. I just want to make sure everyone is aware of that conversation. Again, the notifications of transportation will be going out by the end of this week. Last but not least, there's a few other things that are happening here in the district and that I would like to bring attention to. We have our back-to-school nights are being scheduled. Our back-to-school nights will be happening at the elementary schools on Wednesday, August the 30th. from 5 to 6:30. Our middle schools on Thursday, August 31st, from 4:30 to 6:30. And at Beloit Memorial High School will be August the 30th from 5 to 7 p.m. Beloit Learning Academy on Wednesday as well from 4 to 6. And so please know that we have our back to school times. It's an exciting time for everybody. A lot of us are dropping babies off. I can say that my son's getting dropped off today too. And so it's an exciting time for everybody to kind of get back to school. We do have a community health fair coming up. This community health fair is that we are partnering with other organizations to do so. That includes the Beloit Health Systems, the City of Beloit Police Department, the Lions Kids Site program, Piggly Wiggly, Frito-Lay, Community Action, just to name a few of the organizations that we're partnering with for our community health fair. This fair will provide free immunizations, dental assessments, free haircuts. I might be doing a little free haircuts myself, so just stay tuned for that. Free school supplies, a few other activities will be given out as well. So this will happen on Saturday, August the 26th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here at Beloit Memorial High School. And finally, we have the USS Commander, the USS Beloit. The commander and 11 crew members from the USS Beloit will spend time with our students and staff on Tuesday, August the 29th at Beloit Memorial High School. We plan to showcase our school and students that day. The crew also will be hosting a Shop with the Sailor event with students in the city of Beloit. And so that's also a very a welcoming activity that we're doing with our students in partnership with the USS Beloit. And I said that was my last one, but I do have one more. Beloit Memorial High School home visits. On Friday, August 25th, the entire staff at Beloit Memorial High School is going to each student's home to meet and greet them before the start of the school year. And so that's a huge thing that we're doing again as it pertains to our engagement with our community. As you know, over the over the summer, because we're still in the summer. Doesn't seem like it sometimes, but we're still in the summer, y'all. Over the summer, we really try to increase our engagement activities with our families, and so this is another opportunity for us to do so. Each student will receive a welcome letter, a pair of Beloit Memorial sunglasses, and attendance information. This is a great way for our students to meet staff and know we are looking forward to a positive start of the school year. And again, these efforts, again, do not go, they don't just happen happenstancely, if that's a word. I believe it takes dedication, time, commitment, and it's the things that we are bringing to the school district of Beloit under everyone's leadership that has something to do with making sure that our students feel welcome back to our schools. Again, sitting at over 5,000 students in the middle of August for the school district of Beloit, that's a great start. We want to see that number increase, of course, but it wouldn't have happened had it not been for the extreme effort of all of my staff. And I want to send out a special thanks to everybody who, again, partaked in that opportunity over the summers to get our students registered. It was a heavy lift. I know it was a big ask, but again, I think we're all the better for it as we prepare for the upcoming school year. Any questions?
All right, thank you. Any questions, board members? Any questions, board members? All right, so we'll be moving on. All right. Committee and other reports, 5 minutes if needed. So Phil, at 10:06, Business Operations and Finance Committee, Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Service, Governance Committee, Legislative Update, and Policy Committee.
I'll start in the Business Operations and Finance Committee met earlier this evening. Mr. Shady gave a presentation on the preliminary June financials. They're preliminary because that's also our year end, and there's be some adjustments that'll still need to be made. So we'll see those as those final adjustments are made. So good presentation. We'll see how the year ends up, likely in just a few short weeks when he makes the final adjustments.
All right, thank you. Board Member Miller.
Hi, good evening. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Perfect. Sorry, I switched to Bluetooth, so I wasn't sure. All right, good evening. Just to be brief, we had one fabulous agenda item this evening where we heard the first kind of hearing about an upcoming proposed children's literature class for BLA that also has the potential to loop into some CTE programming around early childhood and could potentially also grow into a class that's offered at Beloit Memorial. If anybody has questions, concerns, or further interest, I would encourage you to please attend our next committee meeting, which I believe is September 19th at 5:30. Very cool stuff, and I was really happy to hear from the teacher who proposed the course. It's really excellent work. Thanks.
All right, thank you. The Governance Committee did not meet in July. However, we did have additional special meetings, which included superintendent evaluation, and we also selected our new board member, Board Member Johnson. So the committee did not meet. We will be meeting in August, but with the special meetings, we achieved the purpose of the committee. Legislative update.
Hi, I'm pleased to actually finally have one for you, so thanks for your patience. I'm also really excited because I'm trying to make these a little bit like something that you could potentially share if you're interested. So if you open the attachment, which the first one I sent in has a bunch of typos, so my deepest apologies, but hopefully we can get the good one uploaded. If you go to the second page, the first page is hyperlinked to everybody's contact information. Wanted to just point out a couple of things for folks watching and listening along. There was a Blue Ribbon Commission report that I hyperlinked under budget information, which is a bipartisan committee that was called into existence by Senate Majority Leader Robin Voss, and it's got some really great information about their recommendations. That's my cat. I apologize. And so, unfortunately, the budget that was passed in this this current biennial budget does not include any of those recommendations, to my knowledge. And so, there's some highlighted information about how, for example, our school district is particularly harmed by the budget. If you're interested in reading, there is still a $6 billion budget surplus. So the state of Wisconsin has decided to pass along the potential burden of funding education for our children, many of whom we were delighted to hear from today, and instead want to pass that along to all of our local taxpayers. They have a $4.2 billion budget surplus and then a $1.8 billion budget stabilization fund, which is like their savings account. So that is still unfortunately a thing. And then lastly, there is an education vote tracker. The most comprehensive one I could find on the internet is linked from another nonpartisan group. So you can click there if you want to see a detailed spreadsheet with all the information about what legislative items have been proposed and who is voting on them and when. And just to highlight a couple, Act 20 just passed, which is the reading bill. So that was just signed into law, which has some changes about like what school districts in Wisconsin are allowed to offer in terms of reading instruction. And further, there was Act 26, which is very interesting because it allows school board members and other volunteers to drive school buses due to shortages of bus drivers. There's also some information that I'm not sure if it's attached yet or not, but there is going to be a legal challenge, or there is a legal challenge currently to the maps to address gerrymandering. But the one that I wanted to point everybody's attention to is our school district is being harmed by a 2017 law that restricts school districts who failed a referendum from receiving the revenue limit increase that was just passed in the budget. It's actually costing our district money. So there is a draft legislation to eliminate that 2017 law, which would very much benefit our school district. So if anybody would like more information on that, I'll make sure that is posted, and I'll keep you updated if you want to ask your representatives, Clinton Anderson or Mark Spreitzer, to address that legislation. Thanks.
The Policy Committee will meet on September 6th, which is our regularly scheduled meeting, but please stay tuned because we are in the works of planning a special meeting to tie up some loose ends so we can get back on track for September. So again, we'll definitely be meeting Wednesday, September 6th at 5:30, but there will be a special meeting at some point before that, so please stay tuned to Board Docs.
All right, thank you. We're now on to the consent agenda. Typically, there are no separate discussion of items on the agenda unless board member requests. in which event items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in their normal sequence. Does anyone have anything to remove or would like anything removed from the consent agenda?
I just have a couple of minor suggestions.
Okay. So I guess related to the items as you look through.
Item E and F.
E and F. So we'll remove E and F. And I want to remove H. Does anybody else, so that's E, F, and H, anybody else have anything in the consent agenda? So is there a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda minus items E, F, and H.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Board Member Levy, seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Board Member Amy Levy, seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Motion
Aye.
passes unanimously. That last vote there. Was that E, F, and H?
Yes.
We'll start with E.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The last paragraph at the end of the line, my suggestion is that we change the wording to nothing in this policy shall prevent the district from denying the admission of a student during the term of the student's expulsion, and do away with his, her, their.
Can you repeat that, please?
First sentence, or first line, nothing in this policy shall prevent the district from denying the admission of a student during the term of the change being delete his, her, their, and change to these students.
To the student's expulsion from another school district?
Correct.
All right. So I guess to speak to the policy committee, those at the time, or you're talking about the work, the edits that were done? But we're going to stay on the first.
So
one
as
first.
the chair, I will just say that we've been very intentional about using inclusive gender language. And so I support the policy as it currently stands with his, her, their.
Isn't students, doesn't that qualify? We use student throughout all the policies, so it seems to me like that would qualify.
No, actually, we don't. The current position we are moving to is when we find he or she, changing that to he, she, they, or his, her, their.
Okay. So, any other discussion on the policy? So then with, as we are, with E then, any proposed action for E?
I move that we change the wording on policy code number 420. First sentence of the last paragraph to read, nothing in this policy shall prevent the district from denying the admission of a student during the term of, changing his, her, their to the student's expulsion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Board Member Brian Nichols and seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Is there any discussion?
Roll call vote, please, when the time comes.
Any discussion?
I agree with leaving Policy 420, school admissions, as it was presented by the policy committee.
Okay, is there any other discussion?
I'll just weigh in if it's okay that I think that the intentionality of the language that's currently in there is a reflection of our commitment to inclusion. And as a parent, I feel very positive about the fact that we are intentional about said inclusion.
All right, is there anybody else? Okay. Hearing none, Ms. Shope, could a roll call vote, please?
Wait a minute, could I add something? You can disagree with me certainly, but I think that is really divisive in today's world. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Before the roll call vote, I think that, one of the things that, in our policy-making powers and responsibilities, we are in a shifting time, and some things will come up where people just ideologically they're on different sides of an issue. In some conversations, we're fully engaged in it, and then some of them we, haven't fully articulated our positions or our whys, but we are moving a certain way. And so I think even as we deal with these things as board members, we should work to have a dialogue to create that understanding as we're moving. But in the end, yes, we will end up voting and making decisions from there. All right, Mr. Shope, can you restate the motion and then have our roll call vote, please?
Yes, I have the motion to move approval of the revisions and layover of policy 420, school admissions for first reading as amended, with the amendment being the first sentence in the 6th paragraph. Nothing in this policy shall prevent the district from denying the admission of a student during the term of the student's expulsion in lieu of his, her, their. Greg Schneider,
Nay.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Megan Miller,
Nay.
Tia Johnson,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Sean Levy.
Nay.
Motion failed.
Is the next one F? All right.
Yeah, yes.
F.
Unless you're, yes.
Okay. Or is there any action on E? Any other action?
I move approval of policy 420 as
Actually, yeah,
presented.
Went back around. Yep. Is there a second? It's moved by Board Member Schneider. Approval of the policy as presented. And seconded by Board Member Amy Levy. Bishop, is there any discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
Nay.
Tia Johnson,
Aye.
and Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried.
All right, we are at F. The discussion about F.
Yes. Very similar. On the very back, item number 7, other. Second sentence, nothing within these procedures shall be construed as to deny any transfer student their rights under Chapter 115 of the state statutes and the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA. So deleting his, her, and adding their, THEIR.
All right, is there a motion? Or is there a second? Is that the motion?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Board Member Brian Nichols, seconded by Board Member Brian Anderson. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? All right, hearing none, Ms. Shope, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Sorry, trying to catch up. Tia Johnson.
Nay.
Brian Nichols.
Aye.
Brian Anderson.
Aye.
Megan Miller.
Nay.
Amy Levy. Amy Levy.
It looks like maybe her device froze.
Okay. Greg Schneider.
Nay.
Sean Levy.
Nay.
And one more call for Amy Levy. So the
She's
motion,
frozen. Yeah, I'll take her as a,
the motion failed.
all right. Is there another motion?
I move that we approve Policy 420, Rule 3 as presented.
Is there a
Second.
There's a second. It's moved by Board Member Greg Schneider, seconded by Board Member Tia Johnson. Any discussion? Mr. Shope, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Brian Nichols.
Nay.
Brian Anderson.
Nay.
Megan Miller.
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Aye.
Greg Schneider.
Aye.
And Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Is, what letter is that? H. So I kind of have I read this, but I have a question. In H, when we, just walk us through our process again. When we met last time, what was our disposition with this? What happened?
Nothing changed.
Nothing changed in the entire policy, or nothing changed from the edits that were suggested by the committee?
The only edit that was changed from what was recommended from the committee was in favor of 6 minutes versus 9, so one additional person could yield. But it seemed like there was not consensus for that, so that went back to 9.
Okay, so then as I'm reading this, has what I'm looking at been adjusted, or is this a reprinting of the, or is this a first reading of what happened in the last meeting, or is this like the same thing?
So the mocked up one is like what the original proposal was, but the final version
Okay,
shows it
I'm reading
with
the wrong
the
one.
2.
Okay. So the final version is the one that is representative of those other changes, minus what we discussed in our last one. That okay.
Right, has the correction from what reverted back to the original.
Right. Okay. I was just trying to get clarity on that. Anybody else with questions on G, on H, public participation at board meetings?
I don't have a question, but more of just a statement that, I think that we need to take a look at this one again in the near future. But with all of the changes that that are happening within the district at this point as we continue to work our way through and move forward. That for the time being, I agree with leaving it at the 9 minutes, but that as we work through this, to go back and to take a look at it again at another time, when we look at most districts and other government bodies only usually give only 3 minutes. And most people who don't take the full 9 minutes, even if they have it. But also the statement that the person who is requesting additional time needs to bring that person that's yielding their time with them or through email, so that that is present at the time that they begin speaking.
Okay. Any other discussion about the changes to H?
So in that final version, again, to Board Member Schneider's point, it does say that they must complete a public comment card to yield the time. So I think the idea of emailing, it's been a common practice to allow that, or to even say, hey, is there someone here that is willing to yield time? And it's somebody, it's been very loose. So my only concern is, if we say this is the policy, then somebody's could potentially be limited to 3 minutes, when our intention isn't to limit them to 3 minutes because we have 150 public comments that night. And we could get outside of our own policy pretty quickly. So I don't know, that could be a sticking point.
In the spirit of providing clarity, I think it's important to note the other change that was made. We're still going to collect that information of first, last name, and home address. But when a speaker comes to the microphone, they only have to give their first name. The last name, if this passes, will no longer be required, and people will not be required to give their home address and have that recorded on the World Wide Web. Mainly for safety concerns. So that was the other significant change that was made to this policy. But just to note, that change was present during the first reading, but just wanted to highlight that.
All right. Is there any other discussion on H? Is there a motion?
I move to approve as presented.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Board Member Greg Schneider, seconded by Board Member Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Shope, give a roll call vote, please.
Yes. Craig Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson,
Aye.
and Sean Levy.
I was gonna say, I didn't get the vote. Aye.
Motion carried.
All right. We're now down to item 6A, WASB Resolutions 2023.
So just a real quick update on the resolutions. And forgive me, I do believe I have a partner in this conversation.
I'll read it.
There's a part that needs to be read. Do you mind reading that?
Right.
I'm not on
I
the.
got you. Yeah, so as we're here, each year, board members determine if we want to submit resolutions for consideration to the WASB. And that is at our January State Education Convention. Board members should consider if they want to submit any resolutions to WASB consideration. Resolutions must be submitted by September 15th to WASB. This would mean having a resolution on the September 6th regular board meeting agenda for consideration and approval by the board in order to meet the submission deadline of September 15th. So if we are, it's about a month away, there's an attachment talks about the reminder that deadline for submitting member resolutions is September 15th. So if that is our intention, you'll need to have that in order, work with board president and the superintendent to get that on the agenda for September 6th.
That is correct. Thank you, Board. I had to get it
Right.
reloaded here. But thank you for reading that explanation into the conversation. Overall, I think this is a process that the board has to kind of work through, and we'll work through it based off of the information that we receive.
Right, just as an example too, with like some of the votes we took tonight, sometimes these are different issues that people may sit differently on, and we want to give appropriate opportunity for that conversation as we express what our will is together. All right, we're on to 7A, future board meeting dates. Governance, August 29th at 5:30 p.m. Business Operations and Finance, September 5th at 5:30 p.m. Human Resource, September 5th at 5:30 p.m. At 6:30 p.m., our regular board meeting, September 5th at 7 p.m. Policy Committee hearing, September 6th at 5:30 p.m. Teaching, Learning, Equity, and People Service, September 19th at 5:30 p.m. Human Resources Committee, September 19th at 6:30 p.m. And our regular board meeting, September 19th at 7 p.m. All right, we are now prepared, and about the time I thought we'd get there, to our executive session. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, parentheses 1, parentheses C of the Wisconsin State Statutes, relative to considering employment, promotion, compensation, or performance evaluation data of any public employee over which the governmental body has jurisdiction or exercises responsibility. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Greg Schneider and seconded by Board Member Brian Nichols. Mrs. Shope, could we have is there any discussion? Mrs. Shope, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Tia Johnson,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Brian Anderson,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
and Sean Levy.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, the board will be adjourning from closed session, so we are concluding our meeting for tonight in this public portion. Board members close out and join in the